specific directions, we'll be able to follow up on that. And then this.
All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Hi, I'd like to convene the August 17th, 2020 Single Family Design Board. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take roll call. We have Chair Miller,
Here.
Vice Chair James,
Here.
Board Member Farrell,
Here.
Board Member Motisha,
Here.
and Board Member Sweeney.
Here.
And Board Member Richards and Ziegler are absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To go on to public comments, any member of the public may address the board up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not scheduled on the agenda for a public discussion. Do we have anyone that would like to come forward and speak?
Mr. Chair, Ellen Kokinda, we do not have currently, we have a pretty quiet meetings thus far. We don't have any people attending at the moment. I'm sure they'll jump in later. And I would just ask Mr. Hamilton if we received any written correspondence.
Mr. Chair, this is Ted Hamilton. We do not have any written items of public correspondence for items not on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the approval of the minutes for the Single Family Design Board for August 3rd, 2020. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make that motion. Beach it.
Joe Beach. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, thank you. Let's go through the items, please. So the first item is 3150 Sea Cliff. Okay. Second item is 3239 Cliff Drive. Item 3 is 102 Santa Rosa Place. Hearing no comments, may I make a motion for a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take roll call. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Board Member Sweeney. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the approval for the consent calendar for August 10th. Mr. Hamilton. Oh, can I have a motion for the August 10th minutes, please?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ted?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll read the items and the motions. For item A, we had 1420 La Cima Road. The motion was for project design approval with comments. And then for item B, sorry, there appears to be a bit of a lag.
See,
see if I can pull it up on my end here as well.
Yeah, part of my interruption, Mr. Chair, but yes, it does. We do have a lag, and we might have to restart the program. So, Ted, if you want to pull that up and read that, or I can pull it up. It's your preference.
Okay, I'll go ahead and repeat that item. So this is the August 10th, 2020 consent minutes. For item A, we have 1420 La Cima Road. The motion was for project design approval with comments. And then item B was 2963 Valencia Drive. Motion was for project design approval and final approval with the comment that the neighborhood preservation ordinance criteria, I guess I don't need to read that. Motion was for project design approval and final approval with comment.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to August 17th today. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move
Wait.
to approve.
Don't we have to vote on those ones before we go to the next one?
Oh, you're so right. Thank you, Jam. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you. Now, moving on to August 17th. I think Lisa made a motion of approval. Do I have a second?
I second it.
All right, thank you. Ted, could you please?
Yes.
Minutes?
So the first item on today's consent calendar was 1686 Las Canoas Road. The motion was to continue indefinitely to consent with comments. And then item B was 1645 Las Canoas Road. The motion was for final approval. And that's final approval as submitted.
Thank you. And who reviewed the items, please?
Today, the items were reviewed by Board Member Sweeney and Board Member James.
And for August 10th, thank you.
Board Member Sweeney and James reviewed the items on August 10th as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to announcements, requests by applicants or continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items and appeals. Do we have anything to announce? So,
Mr. Chair, staff does not have anything on this item to announce.
okay. All right, thank you. And I don't think we have any subcommittee reports at this time. Everything's kind of in limbo due to the COVID situation. So I believe we're ready to go to our first item, which is 155 Cedar Lane. Do we have a representative for this project?
Chair Miller, before you begin, I have to let you know that I'm going to be recusing myself from this agenda item because of my proximity to the home.
Okay, thank you. So because this is a new item, I need to read it into the record. So let me read that, please, and then we'll have Margie go ahead and talk about the project. It's a proposal for site work in the rear yard of an existing single unit residence. Alterations include 2 freestanding shade structures, block retaining walls, a new pool, natural gas fire pit, new patio paving, and a new lawn and landscaping. The project is located on a 16,335 square foot lot in the Hillside Design District with an average slope of 27%. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project requires neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design and slope lot findings. So hi, Margie, if you'd like to show us your project.
Hi, thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Chairman Miller.
Yes.
So we have, this is just comprised of site amendments in the rear yard of this property. As you can see, it's located on a flag lot. If you look on the vicinity map, you see just under the letter C in the word Cedar Lane, you see a lane. It looks like a lane coming down. That's a long driveway. That's the flag lot. And this is really located in the middle of the, thank you. This is really located in the middle of the block, you know. Next to it to the west is an empty lot, and to the east are neighbors. All around the other borders are neighbors. I tried to get you a picture of this that backyard from somewhere, and it really can't be seen from anywhere in the city or even from the neighbor's property. There's a large hedge that runs along the south property line there between the neighbor to the south and this property. And yep, there you're seeing it right there. And so there you see in the backyard, it's really between the house and that hedge that and then bordered property line to property line that we'll be seeing the site improvements take place. There's a large pine tree there. That's that great big green blob on the west, just a point of reference. That is proposed for removal. Mostly it has to do more with both these site improvements and fire they're really concerned about. So if we move on to the next page, please. And here we are looking street view. There you are, you know, the only driveway open that you can see there on the upper left is the beginning of the flag lot, the driveway there. Here we've got the driveway, drops straight down the hill. We get to the south elevations of the house there. And we're basically, that photo is taken with standing right with the back to, you know, sort of the person taking the photograph is standing right on the hedge line, looking up the hill. We've got drought tolerant plantings there now and be the same afterwards. And then we look at this sort of getting close up to the house, the actual work areas. We've got a little bit of flat area existing around the south side of the house. It's labeled south work area. And this east work area, you'll see that we've almost got an L-shaped area that we're developing. And that's just a little bit of area that on the side of the house. Otherwise, on the east side, otherwise it's all south of the house. Next slide, please. And so there we have the topography. We've got, as you can see, we've got some planar area just on the south side of the house that already existing. There's a fountain there that's a big square that's going away. We've got some palm trees that we're going to relocate as part of the project. And we're here just for conceptual review. And you can see sort of a shallower slope on the east side of the on the east side of the main bulk of the house. And then you can see to the south of the flattened area, you've got a steeper slope and then it gentles out to that south property line. And next slide, please. Let's go bigger. I'll make mine bigger anyway. So our proposal is, thank you. You can just go ahead and let's look at the bottom half of this thing, bottom half of the page for right now. Thank you. So what we're looking at is creating a series of terraces. They're staggered in height and also, you know, it's not just big broad sweeps. We've sort of broken up the terracing as well. We've got proposed a couple of shade structures. They are, there's the only area that has impervious paving below it. And then otherwise we're going to use permeable paving. And what that looks like most likely is going to be concrete squares with plantings in between and, you know, a bed of drain rock underneath. This very bottom terrace, you'll see they're not quite sure what they're going to do with it. They have a brand new baby and a 2.5-year-old, and they think that there'll be a play structure there. They think it'll change through time, really, you know, baby play area, then larger play area. So we're really basically just mothballing that for them to be able to do whatever they decide to do with their family. That will be, nothing that goes there will require a permit or any review from the board. As we stand on that terrace where it says playground wood chips, we're still in very much below the top of the hedge to the south. I would say that if we stand at that top area, the top terrace where the pool is, we've still got 6 feet of hedge that we can just see over. And I think with the angle of the slope, anybody standing on the property below is not going to really see anything. Again, we've got this open, we've got most of the main terrace there has the pool, and then we step up a couple steps and we get over to the dining area is on grade with the pool. We step up a couple steps and we get to a cooking area and a hanging out area. And then behind that, we just have access to the kitchen of the house with that set of stairs with the landing in it. We planning on a gas fire pit. Everything's outside of the setbacks. What else is there to say about this? That's about it. The existing terracing is going to remain. That's to the west of the house. And that's it. Let's see what else we got. I guess we should go focus on plantings, which is the upper left-hand corner of this sheet. We'll be basically using the same kind of plantings that we've got going. Some agave, a little bit of rosemary, diamondia, in between pavers, as well as some pebbles, a little bit of color with the Salvia leucantha. And then we have for our screening material all around is the a native Pacific wax myrtle. And we'll go in for a large size there on the side on the east side where we do have a neighbor. And if we roll out, we can see where that neighbor's house sits. We're being mindful of that neighbor has a little bit of a peak to the ocean, and we're making sure that view is still maintained just as a courtesy neighborly thing to do. And that's about it, folks. Let's see the next sheet. We look at our permeable paving. That bottom terrace, as I said, would be these playground chips, just ready for them to bring in whatever that they need, whether they have the little plastic, little type things right now, and maybe when it gets bigger, something swings that. And then they also can kick a ball down there. Then we see also these photos of these structures, STRUXURE. It's a trademarked thing. And what that is that it's a metal structure. It's nice and crisp. It has these louvers that are adjustable, and they can close all the way to be actually a roof that sheds water. And then integrated within that perimeter, let's call it a beam, there are gutters, and they come down the downspout. And then all that water will go into, you see it there open, and you see it down below, you see it closed. And that water then will be dissipated over the flow of over the terraces when it comes out. As will, let's see, we see the last sheet then was a little cartoonish elevation of what we're seeing right now, how these structures relate to the existing house, the existing elevation there. Thank you. And so we've got one structure on the pool level, and we've got another structure on the elevation of the outdoor cooking. And then you can see behind it sort of just sort of a roughed in what those steps going up to the kitchen door will look like. And then we have a side view looking from the east elevation. And we see that those two structures will lay one over the other, you know, in this view, sort of in 2 dimensions. And we see that the top of the proposed new structure that's on the higher level terrace is no higher than the existing railing that you see on the house. And I think that's all she wrote. You can also see a bit of a look there on the elevation if we zoom back out. Please, Mr. Hamilton. you sort of see a little bit of how the terraces line up. It's not done as dramatically. We really didn't want to see that. But you can see there's a staggering of these different elevations just to make it. One, it gives us extra areas to run our water slowly over to get it to percolate in, and it also gives us just an interesting breakup of areas. It also allows in those upper play areas that we've only got, we've got play areas plus cooking areas. These different terraces are separated only by, 3 risers, three steps, so that we don't need handrails, and it's kind of kid friendly. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Ted,
Thank
did we
you.
get any feedback? Any emails?
Mr. Chair, we did not receive any written public comment for this item. And now we can open it up to public comment from anyone in the audience right now. So if you are attending this meeting and you would like to speak about this item, please click on the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. And once we call on you, you will have 2 minutes to speak. I do not see any attendees with their hands raised currently, so we can move on to questions from the board.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll return it to the board for questions. I will go down the list. So please, when I speak your name, if you have any questions, let me know. Lisa James, do you have any questions?
I don't right now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jan Farrell, any questions?
I'm recused from this item.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
right. Sorry.
You recused
Thanks.
yourself.
Right. Okay. Joseph Montisha, any questions?
Yeah, I have forgotten, I apologize. What's fencing requirement around, and where are the fences around the pool?
Because it is going to have an automatic pool cover, there's no require for a safety enclosure.
No requirement for fences if you have a pool cover?
Yeah, that's my understanding per pool contractor.
Oh,
I'd be happy to check that.
children in a new swimming pool. Ooh, I wouldn't want to live there. Go ahead. That's my. Other than that, I think it fits our criteria, and it seems to be Fred, if you'll enlighten me, I think we looked at the house just to the east of there last year or 2 years ago.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any more questions, Joe? All right, thanks. Board Member Sweeney, any questions?
Of course, there's going to be questions. Could we go back to your aerial photograph that shows the house in the context of the neighborhood, please? And you're right. This is very hard. This is a project very hard to see from the public right-of-ways. But I was trying to get a little bit oriented. The house directly to the south on La Vista Grande. Is that the house I saw that's under construction and they're doing remodeling or something? You know?
I'm not aware.
Okay, because that's the only place you could maybe try to see it between the houses. And then, Timmy, if you could go to the house on the east of 155 Cedar Lane, if you can focus down a little bit further on that. I think I just want to confirm for Mr. Motisha that that's the house we looked at in the last year. And yes, that's the house. Okay. And then could we go to your site plan, please? Your proposed site plan. Yeah. So a big pine tree is coming out, and I'm assuming it's not getting replaced by another tree. That's gone. And I'm looking at the crosshatched areas on the east side. The way I read that, there are two trellises there. There's one that's the rectangle is elongated east-west, and the other one is elongated south-north, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on your sections, we don't need to go there right now, but it looked like there was a third structure, shade something or other, on the west side. Did I read that wrong?
Yes, sir. On the west side, there is just an existing vine. It's just kind
Oh,
of
that's what
chunky.
the
Sorry
green
about
thing
that.
is. Okay,
It
gotcha. All
doesn't
right.
look like plant material is the problem.
Okay, and then while you're there, let me just ask this other question. So the railing that's showing up, and again, these drawings are so small, it's hard for me to see all this stuff. The railing that you show is existing. That's not being changed, right?
Correct. That's existing railing stays exactly the way it is and the way it isn't.
Okay, and then down on the easterly side, the easterly trellis, you have a kind of a crosshatch area. Is that a wall?
Yes, I made that transparent so we can see through. When you look on the floor plan, you'll see that there's an L-shaped cooking area.
Oh, okay. And what is that? The outside surface going to be? Do you know yet?
It'll be stucco. That's the plan.
Okay. Okay.
And
And then
color.
while you're there, what I was trying to figure out, and I think I see it right here, is your first little terrace closest to the southerly property line, the one where the kids are going to play.
Yes,
It looks like at the high point, you've got almost 7 feet 9 inches. That's high.
yeah, that's the very bottom wall. That'll have to be a structural wall. And again, that material to the south, the hedge is well over 12 feet. I'd say it's 14 feet, and I'm
Okay, well,
assuming that it stays the same.
Yeah, I want to come to that in a second. So that wall is going to be CMU, unfinished, painted. What are you thinking about?
I think it should be finished and it should be stuccoed. And there'll be
Okay.
masonry walls with stucco.
And then the top will be stucco as you
Correct.
go over the top of the wall?
Yeah,
Okay, and then I'm assuming the wood chips and whatever are going to sit down 6 inches or 8 inches or something like
yes.
that.
And there'll be a guardrail along the top of that wall as well.
Oh, okay. And then the longer steps that go down to that one will have a railing, I would assume, because it's more than
Correct.
3 steps, right?
Because it's more than 3 risers. Mhm.
Okay. And then if you go back to the site plan, I want to talk to you about the hedge just so I understand what's going on. Okay, at the bottom, the south end of the property, there's a hedge, but it's not on your property, right?
Correct.
And what kind of hedges? Is that a pittosporum or what is that?
It's ficus.
Oh, it's a ficus. Okay.
It's super
And
tall,
so
super
it's-
fat.
It's maintained by the other property owner.
Correct.
And has there been, one of the issues that we've had with hedges is maintenance and care and trimming. So have these folks had a conversation with the southerly property owner about how,
We haven't- We've not done that yet.
okay,
we plan to
because
do it.
they're allowed to have by right an 8-foot hedge. They can go to 12 foot, as I understand it, with administrative approval by staff. Anything above that, then there has to be a review.
Mhm.
But I think good neighbor policy just says the neighbors need to come to an agreement about who's going to maintain it, who's going to cut it and keep it at whatever height they
Mhm.
agree to. And the reason I'm asking that, we've seen these projects where, particularly up in this neighborhood and over in the Riviera, where there gets to be big disputes about the heights of the hedges. I just want to make sure you're talking to those folks and you're not going to run into a problem with the hedge height. Let's see. And then the rolling cover for the pool, as I read it, that's on the south side of the pool, correct?
No, it's not shown in there yet. It will be on the west side.
It'll be on the
And then-
west side, so it's gonna be the short and then roll across that
and roll
pool
across. We always do it that way, yeah.
from west to east. Okay, and then the permeable pavers, and then all those little retaining wall, the big one and the little one, I assume will all be stuccoed, all be painted, whatever.
Masonry with stucco, yeah.
And
And-
any idea colors at this point, or? you have to figure that
No,
out?
we're planning to have it mostly go away and not be glaring. We're aware of the policies and the ordinance about hillside districts and preserving the street, the view from the city and not have these glaring walls. We plan to have all of those, they're short, but those planter areas, basically the walls will go away behind the
Okay.
planters.
And then while we're out on this drawing, just to the left, you had the little photographs. So this is a manufactured kind of off the shelf trellis.
Yes,
How high typically do they make them what the height you want, or do they come in a standard size?
you make them as high as you want.
Okay,
We're not
so,
gonna want it looking like a giraffe, but those on the elevation, you can see about what we're thinking.
They're about 8 feet, 9 feet high?
Mhm.
Okay. And then let's see, I think I have one final question. Fencing, existing fencing or hedges on the other property lines, those aren't being touched, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so
what
there
kind
with
of
the vacant lot, it's a wire fence on the west side is a chain
Uh-huh.
link. And on the right, it's a wood fence.
So right is wood fence, left is a chain link fence.
Chain link, yeah.
Okay. And, I know what the last question was. Night lighting, are you going to do lighting in the landscaping?
Yeah, I think all that's called for really has to do with safety, getting up and down steps safely. Their inclination is to have sort of more candles on the table, and of course there'll be a light in the pool. And once you turn that pool light on, you've got quite a bit of sort of ambient light. It feels like enough. So no, if any lighting is going to be path lighting. Then we'll look for some task lighting over the barbecue and that bar area. But otherwise it's going to be about, subtle stuff. And we're aware that that would need to be shielded and recessed into that ceiling system so that it doesn't sort of glare for neighbors.
Okay, and surface lighting on the existing house, I assume, is not being changed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you, Fred. I really have no questions. Everyone pretty much answered all my questions. So I'm going to move on to comments. So Board Member James, do you have any comments? Yes, Lisa.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I feel that the project fits well into the site topography and looks like a good layout, and I would be supportive of it.
All right, thank you. Board Member Farrell, any comments?
Oh, she's just recused herself from this
I
one.
keep forgetting. I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
all right.
sorry. Darn it. Board Member Motisha, any comments? He disappeared right when I asked.
And Mr. Motisha, you just turned off your webcam. I'm going to send you another webcam request, but your audio is live. Thank you.
Just playing with my buttons. Apologize. I had Brian, I'm sorry. I had another question.
Sure, go ahead.
Obviously, this east trellis is hanging over the property setback lines. Is that true? Looks like about 2 feet.
Yeah, it's this is Margie again. Per code, we're allowed to project as much as 3 feet into the side setback with eaves only, no posts, no nothing.
Only. What is supporting? Where is the support of this trellis?
If we can move on this proposed site plan over to the left where the photos are. You can just see where the posts are. So it looks like that. See that upper one where you have a projection, and you can cantilever as much as 30% of the structure, and it'll still work with standard engineering for the structure.
Oh, I see. The posts are at the north end of it.
Yeah, they're inset there.
Got it. And does the same hold for the 7'6" high retaining walls on the south and in the south setback? You have
It's permissible inside it. It's permissible. It does not have to be within the setback. I mean, it does not have to be outside of the setback.
7'6" high, 7'9". I forgot what it is. I just can't see it. Lost it. Okay.
7+ for sure. Hang on a second here.
Yeah, I'm still blown away that you don't need any fencing around that pool. And they're going to protect their 2 children with a pool cover. Pool covers are usually put in for or temperature and to save on the temperature, not for all safety too. Safety.
There is an ASTM standard for pool safety. You know, less than that is not acceptable. And they may, in the end, decide for some alarms on the doors or the kind of alarm that if something's in the pool, you know, goes off. But we're back. The code changes, you know, kind of every 6 months. But right now, we're at just the single. If you want to, that will do for pool safety.
Thank you. I don't have any other comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Sweeney, do you have any comments? You'll have to unmute yourself, Fred.
Trying to keep us all in order here. The only comments I would have when it returns, I assume when we make a motion today that somebody may make a motion that when it returns, it would be ready for concept approval because I see most of the comments have been positive. But one of the things that we cover in a concept approval motion is good neighbor guidelines. So I'd want some evidence somehow that your owners have talked to the southerly owners and the easterly owners, that they've seen these drawings and they're comfortable. And particularly the southerly owner is okay with the height of that retaining wall up near his property or him or hers property line. I know that you've indicated the hedge is high enough you won't see it, but sometimes people have different perceptions of what they think they can see and can't see. So if you have at least have that conversation, I'm assuming they're going to be good neighbors and say, yeah, we have no problem. But I would encourage you to get that accomplished before you return. Just because when we do make, as you know, when we do make a project design approval and final approval, those are all appealable actions by neighbors in the community and so forth. And you don't want to really have to go through that.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sweeney. The only comment I have, it's a question for Margie, and as a follow-up with what Joe was talking about. I have one little story. Years ago, I was site measuring for a house in their backyard, and I was looking up at a roof, and I literally stepped onto the pool cover, not knowing it, and quite literally walked on it, walked off the pool cover into the ground. So they make them pretty stout right now. The only thing that got damaged was my ego. But the other thing I wanted to ask you, Margie, was they have a device now that they actually put in the water, and I was at a friend's house, and it detects the vibration of the water, and if it starts shaking, it actually lets an alarm go off. And I don't know if the board is aware of that. And is that something required to be put in a pool, or is that?
It's my understanding of the code as it stands right now is there's about 5 measures that can be taken. Obviously, there's the pool exclusion fence, an enclosure,
Right.
and it has all of its requirements for height and climbability, et cetera, self-closing doors that open out from the pool area. There's also alarms for doors. There is that motion sensor in the pool. We find that the raccoons set it off a lot, as do any other kind of thing that kind of gets in there, but it's a nice, it's fun, keeps the neighbors awake and alert. And then there's the cover, and there's one more peculiar one that I never use and can't remember what it is, but there's 5 of them. And it used to be we were required to have 2 out of 5. And now we're down to, as long as you have the at least the ASTM approved level cover or the pool enclosure, then you're good to go. But the other 2 can't be done alone. They have to have those other things.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to follow up on the whole pool discussion, it's not that we do have purview. There's language in our approval of these projects. I think it may even be in final rather than project design, where we have to attest that public safety has been addressed. So that's kind of vaguely our purview, although the building department really kind of deals with the pool safety stuff. But the only reason I think most of us would be, other than we're worried about children, interested in the pool stuff is if in fact you have to put a fence in, then that becomes a visual element we have to look at. And so if you get back here for concept approval, we don't want you to have to come back after you get to the building department and say, oh, by the way, now we have to have this fence. Here's what it looks like. Here's where it's going. And that just kind of delays you. So if you can get that resolved,
Understood.
maybe you're able to have a discussion with building department ahead of time.
I'm quite confident that this, I just did one, you know, 3 blocks away and just recently, and that
God bless.
single element was enough to cover safety.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll leave it up to you, but that's kind of why I think we're poking a stick at this a
Yeah.
little bit.
I appreciate the heads up, actually. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fred. Appreciate that. So I think everyone has made comments. I think we can move to a motion. This is only comments only. So if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to give this positive motion, positive views. I think we all like the project. A few things I think we would like to have back, some pictures of any guardrails that are top of any concrete retaining walls, show how they're constructed and where they're located. Make sure the neighbors are to the south and to the east are informed and talked with pertaining to the heights of walls and who's going to take care of the hedges that are not on the subject property. As Fred said, public safety, if it comes back and forth of us, public safety for the pool is included. Downlights. I think it's been stated that most of the lights are just maneuverable lights to walk around the property, make sure that they don't have a beacon showing right up to the sky, that they are only for movable lights of people moving around the property, and also handrails, location of handrails on all the different steps that go from different levels. Yeah, and back in front of, I think it could go back to concept. I think we could come back to concept and not have full board.
You mean consent?
Consent, yes, consent. And that's my motion.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any more comments or suggestions or changes? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Miller,
Yes?
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Let's move on to item number 2, 3240 Campanile Drive. Is the representative for this project here?
Yes, Steve Welton here and Robert Collins.
Is it, can you, there you are.
And then
Okay,
Mr. Collins also on. Thank you.
so this is a continued item and I do believe we have minutes for this item. Margie, do you, sorry, Lisa, do you, you go over the minutes? Can they be brought up on the screen? Let me go back. Normally we I read the whole thing, but I kind of think back before we did this in the normal meeting, the vice chair would only read the minutes, if that's not, what I'm not mistaken, correct? Rather than her reading the whole thing?
We would read the comments from the previous meeting. That was
Yeah.
my recollection.
Yeah, that's mine too. So Ellen, is that correct? Is that the
I'm
protocol?
going to try to answer that, but I just want to check in on one other thing after this.
Okay,
Chair
Okay.
Miller, Chair
Yes,
Miller,
Ted.
yes, this, it would be acceptable since this item has been continued to simply read the comments from the last hearing.
Okay, great. All right,
Will
so
do.
Lisa,
Chair, if I could just say one other thing. This is
Yeah.
just a reminder to board members and applicants, when you're not speaking, if you could please mute yourself. Just so if you've noticed, if we've muted you or you haven't been able to speak, it's just because we've been picking up some background noise. So we're trying to preserve the audio quality. So just please mute yourselves if you're not talking.
all right, thank you, Ellen.
Okay,
Lisa.
I'm happy to read the comments from the previous meeting. We asked you to return to us with the project ready for design approval with a complete color palette. We'd like pictures of the proposed garage door to show us the entry gate, what material the fencing shall be, and to show exterior lighting. And the board had support of the Campanile Homeowners Association. And the motion was passed unanimously. So if the applicant would like to show us his presentation, that would be great.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, great. This is Robert Collins, architect. Thanks for giving us this opportunity today. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll speak up and make sure that stays. Okay, so we met with you on the 8th of June for our concept review. Everything was viewed very favorably. We left feeling very good and knowing that the footprint and the overall mass and scale and organization of our project was sound. The comments are directed towards mostly clarifications about materiality and some detailed questions. So I don't think it's appropriate to necessarily revisit the whole architectural package. I want to address the question specifically. And so as a starting point, I'd like to review the color palette. And to do this, I'd like to start with actually a supplemental 3D view actually of the garage. Yeah, supplemental 3D view. Yeah, there you go. So I wanted to show this just briefly. It'll become relevant when I talk about the garage door. But I just wanted to remind the board and give us all a visual of the architecture just to, as a complement to the materials palette that I'll present in a minute. Okay, so now we can go to the file that you were just on, the materials palette file. Again, as a quick reminder, the project was, as we sort of presented last time, a very natural palette of materials. Everything taken from the existing context and as well as sustainable and muted colors that blend with the landscape.
Robert, I want to interrupt you. Just real quick, whatever you're showing on the screen looks really strange. Is this correct? They look like black and white photos cut off or something.
We'll go to page 2 and it'll make much more sense. This is just a cover page. Yeah. So go to page 2. Here we are. So again, the architectural palette starting from left to right. If you recall from the previous presentation, the architecture is primarily glazing, but in front of that glazing is a kind of a layering, architectural layering where we put operable screens in front of the glazing. Those operable screens, as indicated by number 1, are metal vertical fins made of aluminum and painted with a RAL, we call RAL number 745, which is basically a warm gray. Item number 2 is the roofing material. We've got 2 structures, both are flat roofed, and both will have a membrane roofing, but will be topped with gravel, 3/8 angular Sierra tan gravel, picking up the same natural palette. The architecture is defined by its horizontality in the form of the roof overhang, and the fascia board on the leading face of the overhang is indicated number 3. It's natural oiled metal. So it'll be plate steel, rolled plate steel with a sealer only. Again, it'll come off as a gray color. Where there isn't glazing, our exterior walls, as well as some site features such as the pool and the barbecue area, will be cast in place concrete walls. So again, letting concrete be concrete, it's in situ, cast in place in situ with a clear penetrating sealer. And then lastly, item number 5 is the same concept. This is actually the garage door where we have a solid metal facade. And that will be paneled metal, vertical panel, to sort of work seamlessly with the item number 1, the panels, aluminum panels. And it'll be a gray color as well as RAL color 743, which just is the darker version of 745, the screen. So this is our collective palette. And again, just very neutral, very natural, very earthy. We can move to the next page where we put these into context. This is the, zooming in a little bit if we can. This is the view from the courtyard. This would be when you come up the driveway and you're looking back towards the house, facing the ocean. We've got the fascia board, number 3, which is the metal. Number 1 are those operable screens with the vertical aluminum painted with the matte finish in gray. Again, number 1. You can see on the left-hand side is our cantilevered horizontal concrete slab. So where we have concrete, it'll be exposed natural sealed concrete. And then number 2 is indicating that the flat roof has gravel on top. These elevations are all going to look very similar, very simple architecture, very simple palette. This horizontal band of metal, this concrete base, and then the painted metal screens and glazing in the interstitial space. Moving to the next slide. This is a site section looking from the west towards the elevation of the house. Similar palette. You can see the pool in the number 4 on the right-hand side, again indicating just the natural concrete material. I guess we can move on to the next slide. And this is a good segue into the garage conversation. So this is a view from the courtyard, the motor court looking towards the accessory dwelling unit and garage. On the right-hand side is a vertical panel that's operable and it slides. This is concealing the ADU parking behind it, the one open air parking spot behind it. And then to the left of that, the other arrow is the garage door itself. So these are 2 panels that are architecturally, that have a sort of verticality architecturally, and they slide upon themselves. So if you're parking in the garage on the left-hand side, that panel sliding to the right and it's stacking over top of that, the one on the right, going into the accessory, the ADU open air parking spot, that one slides to the left and stacks over top of the garage door, sliding door. The materials are similar to the main house, with the exception of number 5 is not the aluminum screens, it's that metal, vertical metal that I mentioned, painted in that darker color. So I think that covers the material palette. And if we could then move to the second request, which is a picture of what the proposed garage door looks like. Again, go to the supplemental 3D view, please. So here is sort of what I was just talking about. On the right-hand side is the sliding panel. It's metal, painted gray, in the closed position. The panel on the right slides to the left. The panel on the left which is the garage door. Actually, if you move the cursor just to the right of that, that panel right there. So that will slide to the right, exactly. And so they're just sort of sliding one upon the other, vertical metal painted gray. I'd like to refer to the drawing package now. And drawing at page 4 of 26, A1.0. And if you zoom into that same area, the accessory dwelling unit in the top right-hand corner, this is how we're indicating or showing that again. Gate number 1 for the garage door is sliding to the right. Gate number 2, enclosing the uncovered ADU parking, slides to the left. So I hope that satisfies understanding and pictures of the proposed garage door. Moving on to item number 4, showing what the entry gate looks like. This was a request. Please go to the L2.0, the landscape plan, which is 16 of 26. Yeah, here we go. So the graphic on the bottom right is a three-dimensional view of the look and aesthetic of the vehicular entry gate. It is similar to the fascia board metal on the house. This will be rolled steel with a clear sealer. So it'll just appear as natural steel. And then on either side, it's flanked by cast in place natural in situ concrete with a sealed finish, a clear sealer. The next item is to show what the fencing material is typical. And you can see it in this graphic actually in the background. And thank you, yeah, on top of that is an elevation detail. Just as a reminder, the east, north, and west property lines are bounded by this U-shaped fence, 3 sides of 8-foot high fence. Of course, being aware that in the first 10 feet in the front yard setback, it drops to 42 inches. It's a very simple design. These are vertical cedar plank boards meant to weather naturally. And there's some material, there's a material palette on the left of the page, which again, the bottom two, number 3 is the rolled steel for the entry gate. Number 2 is the cast in place concrete flanking it. And number 3 is timber fencing, which is 1x8 vertical cedar board with no stain, meant to gray out naturally over time. Moving on to the last request, which was to clarify exterior lighting. If we move ahead in the same package to L5.0, it's page 20 of 26. This is an exterior lighting plan. The legend on the right shows, again, a very simple approach to exterior lighting. Item number 1 is architectural downlight located at the front door of each of the 2 structures. These will be and they're indicated by a circle, with a gray circle with a black border. Yes, and there's just 2 of them. They'll be recessed in the overhang and downlit to provide code lighting for the doors. The second lighting of note is a cross pattern, which is our major landscape lighting feature, which is path lighting, and it's a floss called floss landlord spotlight. These are about 2 feet high or 18 inches high with a kind of a telescope or a head, which points down. It's down lighting as well. And we have a graphic on the next page to show what that looks like. Item number, the third one, as indicated by this triangular shape, these are tree lights, down lights in the trees. And I can show you a graphic of that on the next page as well. And then the last is mini wall lights, which are step lights, and they're visible in the steps between the 2 structures. If you could zoom into those steps that kind of bridge the 2 structures. Yeah, they're in the face of those steps. So if we advance to page 21, we can get a visual of what these 4 simple fixtures look like. Starting with the architectural downlights are in the bottom right. It looks, and unfortunately the graphic is, it looks like those are pointing straight up, but those are mounted on the underside of our eaves, pointed down. And there's 2 of them. Secondly, the path lights that I mentioned are shown number 2, the Floss landlord spotlights. So those that have a vertical arm, and then the head is pointing down. And that's the majority of our landscape lighting for the driveway and for the paths. The tree downlights are shown in detail number 3. They've got a completely enclosed solid brass enclosure, I guess, or housing, and they shoot light downward. And then lastly, the recessed wall light is called, although they're a step light. The Mini Glow 008, or Me Glow, I beg your pardon, installed in the step detail itself downward for step lighting. So I think that pretty much summarizes the exterior lighting presentation. Very simple yet again. And with that, I think I'll conclude that sort of addresses specifically the handful of items that we were requested to bring to you today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collins. I'll bring it back. Ted, did we get any emails or any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we did not receive any written items of public comment, so we can open it now to anybody who's attending this meeting who would like to speak. If you would like to give public comment on this item, please click the Go to Webinar Control Panel. The raise hand icon is indicated here on the screen. And once we call on you, you will have 2 minutes to speak. And seeing no hands raised in the attendees, we can return it to questions from the board.
Okay, I want to bring it back to the board for questions. I will go down the list. Board member Lisa James, any questions?
Yes. Can you remind me, we already talked about all the boulders flanking the driveway on the last review, correct?
Yes.
We did, okay. I see a lot of boulders on the north end of the project there. And are those just boulders from site or imported? I'm curious about those.
Yeah, this question came up last time, and that's fine. We sort of discussed it at the time and concluded, the landscape architect, I think we agreed that we're not going to unearth enough boulders to do this. They will be imported. We may get some, but the majority will be imported. So it wasn't an item to address specifically, but it's something that we are considering about, like, how are these arriving to the site and when are they sequenced in construction?
Okay, thank you for that. Then one question about the lamp fixture, the Floss landlord light fixture you show. I was just curious if that head was adjusted. You said it's pointed down, so I'm assuming that you can just move it wherever you like. Is that true?
It is adjustable, yeah. It's on a swivel, so conceivably it could be lifted up if that's what you were wondering, versus like pointed down. Yeah, it does have that flexibility.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, going down the board member Farrell, any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Board member Motisha, any questions?
Yes, could you just blow up the floor plan again, just for my review? I don't even I've forgotten where the front door is.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, thanks. The front door to the main house is as you come up the motor court, you walk up those aforementioned steps with the recessed lighting, correct. And there you have, yeah, then you enter into the architecture with a view of the ocean.
Okay. And the bedrooms are both ends? Both ends? No. Bedroom there.
Master bedroom is there. So the main house is 1 bedroom, 1 bath with a study. We reserve the right in the future potentially to convert the master closet, which is in the top right-hand corner of the plan, into a 2nd bedroom if necessary.
Got it. Okay. So there's only 1 bedroom, 1 bath right now in the whole house.
1 bedroom, 2 baths.
2 bath. 2 bath. 2 bath. I'm searching. Where's the other bath?
Yeah, there's what we would, it's yeah, the master bath is occupying the majority. It's an awesome bath, the bottom right-hand corner of the page.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see now. Now I'm making it out. Sure. Okay. Very good. That's, I don't have questions now. I just wanted to review it because it's, can't remember everything in my life. I am finished, Brian. Move on.
Okay. All right, Joe. Thank you. Board Member Sweeney, any questions, please? And unmute yourself.
Thanks, Joe. You don't make me feel too bad. No more senior moments. Just a couple of questions. Can we go back to the page with the fence and the gate, please? Yeah, that one. So you described the fence. So the structure of the, I'm assuming that the best face of the fence is facing into the property, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the structural is on the other side, and it's going to be cedar also?
Yeah.
I assume structural post, and they're probably, what, 8 or 10 feet on center or something like that?
I imagine so, 8 feet on center, yeah.
Okay, so a very traditional wood fence structure. And then the gate itself, you said that's a steel, rolled steel. Is that kind of like a Richard Serra sculpture? Is it one huge piece of steel, or is it segmented, or how? I can't read the drawings on the screen well. What's your thought?
Yeah, good question, architect. It's 16 feet wide by virtue of the width of our driveway. I don't see us having a one piece of steel. I think it'll be welded and grinded. And then it is a question then about whether the blackened steel or the sealed steel is an option for us. We may have to default to the RAL paint to match the house.
Okay, and then down at the gate, we may have covered this last time, the required address and any lighting at the address, is that going to be on those concrete walls, or is that somewhere else?
That's a good question. Actually, we did not address that last time, but yes, we would put visible house numbers per code on either one side or the other on this concrete flanking the gate.
Okay, and will it have a light on it or something?
If required to do so.
Okay. Well, you might
yeah.
talk to your owners if they have guests and they're coming in after dark. Sometimes it's helpful; they can read the address. Okay, that's it. That was my questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fred. I have a couple questions. The 8-foot cedar fence. Why did you choose 8 feet instead of the standard 6 feet?
Because client made it very clear that protection of the property with from wildlife is important. We just wanted to maximize the maximum allowable height for privacy and safety.
So what's on the other side of that fence?
That's the neighboring property. I mean, existing natural grade on the neighbor's side.
Okay, so I guess my question is, part of the purview of this board is the flow of the style of the home with the surrounding fence in an already established neighborhood, do you feel as the architect designer that the current fence height and this way you've got it laid out doesn't cause a what do I want to say, a visual impact, or just kind of go with the flow with the neighborhood? Is my question. What is your take on it?
Yeah, well, this is something the client's been very, very cognizant of, and has had conversations with the westerly neighbor about. Just to go around the neighbor, the property on the left-hand side is a vacant lot, or the western side is a vacant lot. The north is a lot that with a descending slope or an ascending slope, so it's of lesser concern there. The prime one is the one we're looking at. It's the easterly neighbor, and we've had, I think our client has had conversations with the neighbor. There hasn't been any opposition. They've seen the drawing. I don't think, because it's gray, because it will be grayed out, because the cedar material will be like give over with time to the landscape. I actually think it won't be offensive. And I think the 8 feet versus 6 feet won't make a difference. It's my opinion, especially over time when it blends in with the landscape and the planting.
Well, I get what you're saying, but looking at your drawing right here, that fence looks really overpowering, so I'm a little uncomfortable. That doesn't mean that's the truth. It's just based on this one drawing I see. So I kind of would like to see some more better visual of the adjacent neighbors and kind of, how this fence actually plays in, because it's kind of, it looks like the Berlin Wall there, just from that rendering.
Okay.
But something for you to work on. And those are my.
Mr. Chair, if I could step in.
Yeah.
I think that what's working against you is the computer rendering. It's just the colors aren't what you're describing the colors. You showed us a photograph of the colors, but they're not reflective of this rendering. So I think that's the problem.
Yeah. So.
Not only that, gentlemen, but if we could, I think it's relevant that we look at the landscape plan as well, because and that would be this, yes, L1.0. So what I'm forgetting, and again, I'm not the landscape architect, they're not in the room today, but we've also proposed a hedge in front of that. I think it's indicated new hedge. It's sort of just up from that. Yeah, there's the note. It's an 8-foot tall hedge concealing for, softening that edge as well. Of course, that deals with our side of the property. It doesn't address the neighbor, but that softens the verticality of the all wood image that you're seeing as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I guess we'll move it on to comments. So I'm going to go down the list again. Vice Chair James, do you have any comments?
Excuse me. Yes, I'd be, I agree that the computer rendering is maybe throwing off the visual on the front wall. But I feel positive about this project and would support it in the current form.
All right, thank you. Board Member Farrell, do you have any comments, please?
I go along with Board Member James. This area, you see modern homes, Spanish style, ranch style homes. And so even though this is a very modern design, I think it blends well with the topography and the natural landscape. And I think it's going to be a nice addition. So I'm supportive of it.
Great, thank you. Board Member Motisha, comments?
Yes, I support the project. I concur with my 2 previous board members that, yes, it fits in with the architecture of that whole community. A little bit of everything up there, and it's very nice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Sweeney, comments, please.
Yes, I think we're ready to look at, what is it, project design approval? I do have a comment to Ted. Ted, the streets up at Camp Mill Hill are fairly big and wide. But I do know that there are 1, 2, 3, 4 major home constructions. Well, this would be the fourth one, basically right on that roadway. There's one just 3 houses to the west and down. There's 2 to the east and up and around the corner. There's a lot of construction traffic, and as you know, every person that walks on the site that's building it has to have their own pickup. So is that a conversation that you all can have with the building department that enforces the construction time, dust, noise, traffic, et cetera, to see if that's going to be, you know, a problem? Because otherwise we'll get the Campanile neighbors in here, you know, complaining about noise, dust, and traffic. I don't think it's a big issue like it would be on the Riviera, but it may be a conversation Ted, you or someone from staff would have with building department. But other than that, I'm ready to vote on this project. Thank you.
All right. Well, all due respect, Fred, you're jumping the gun because I haven't made my comments yet. So hold on.
All right.
So I have to say I'm kind of grasping with this because I am kind of blinded with the neighborhood, but the board seems to say that it's very much in keeping with the overall established neighborhood. I personally would like to see a little better visual demonstration of the fencing. You know, I'm uncomfortable the way you've got it illustrated. So when you're coming back for final design, I'd like to see a little better illustration of that, because part of the purview of the board is to, you know, size, bulk, and scale. And me looking just at these drawings, that's kind of my interest in seeing how that's developed out. So anyway, that's my only comment. And so with that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion? They're here for project design approval. So if someone would like to, thank you, entertain a motion, please.
Who wants to do it, guys? I'll make a motion since I spoke up. So I would move for project design approval. That we have to find grading findings. So given the soil calculations, the movement of dirt and soil on the site has been addressed. There appears to be no significant increase or decrease of water quality because there are no adjacent streams or major drainage areas. And we're not losing any oak habitat as a result of this project. That we find that the natural topography of the site has been protected. The proposed footprint of the house is essentially on the footprint of the previous home. That the scale is certainly within the keeping of the immediate streetscape and the neighborhood in general at 1 story. That the general consistency and appearance is acceptable and meets with the scenic character of the city and the neighborhood. That we have reviewed both the materials and colors proposed for the house. We find those compatible and acceptable for the purposes of a contemporary design. That we have discussed the wooden fence being proposed around the property and believe that the combination of the fence color, which is to go to natural gray of cedar, and the proposed landscaping plan, particularly on the eastern property line, will allow it to disappear. That that the remaining architectural materials of concrete, steel, and wood are appropriate to this particular eclectic neighborhood. And that there has been no significant tree removal being proposed. And that the general health and safety welfare of the public have been addressed. Good neighbor guidelines have been addressed, particularly in discussion of the fences between the adjacent properties with the adjacent property owners. And the project does not impede general public views from the public right-of-way or the general area of the neighborhood. That's my motion.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Oh,
May I have a-
and I'm sorry, we're supposed to add in there that it could go to consent for final.
All right, and do we need to make a mention of a 10-day appeal period, or is that appropriate?
Well, no, you gotta have a second first.
Okay,
And
Can I
then
have a
we
second?
vote. And then we vote, and then you do the appeal thing.
all right. Can I have a second, please?
I second it.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes,
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
and Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Okay, there's a 10-day appeal period. Thank you, Fred. All right, thank you very much. Okay,
Chair Miller,
yes, Ted.
before we begin the next item, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. The earliest we can start the next item is 4:25, so we've got about 2 minutes until we can start it.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
well,
Mr.
do we
Chair,
want- yes, Fred.
we may sop up the 2 minutes by my question to staff.
Sure.
Given the warnings that we've all received in one form or another today about power, a question to Ted, if for some reason we go blank, power gets cut in the next, I'm assuming we got at least another hour of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Does this get rescheduled, or do we just sit around and wait for the power to come back on? Have you guys figured out what might happen if the power goes down?
Mr. Sweeney, I believe it would be appropriate to, wait for several minutes to see if the power comes back on. However, if it doesn't come back on, then yes, the remaining items would have to be postponed to a different day.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that, and Board Member Sweeney. So we are aware of that. We were even looking at that from staff's perspective, if we're going to get cut off. It does happen from time to time that people have been cut off. And if you have the SFDB secretary's phone number, if you could just call and let her know that what the situation is, that would be helpful. But otherwise, yes, if you can reconnect in a couple of minutes, that's great. Otherwise, we tend to think that's something, that there's been an internet issue. So fingers crossed it doesn't happen. But yes, we do expect that. And maybe we can provide Mary's office phone number in the chat if you don't have it on you.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Just in case things go down, we can at least let somebody know we're sitting here. Thank
Right,
you.
exactly. So Mary, if you could add your office number to the chat, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Just to
All
the
right.
panelists.
Did we chew up the 2 minutes?
Yeah. This is all planned. Ted, how are we doing?
Mr. Chair, yeah, it is 4:25, so we can go ahead and start with item 3.
All right, are there representatives for 102 Santa Rosa Place to show their project?
And Mr. Chair, staff will have brief comments as well.
Okay, this is a continued item. It's a project design approval for final approval as requested. On July 2nd, 2020, the project received Planning Commission approval of a coastal development permit, PCRSO 004-20. Project requires neighborhood preservation, hillside design, and slope lot findings. Project was last reviewed by SFDB on August 3rd, 2020. Lisa, do we have any minutes?
okay.
And Mr.
Yes.
There you go.
The minutes from the previous meeting are as follows. Number 1, to reduce the first and second floor plate heights. The second floor shall be, wait, I need to expand my screen. Shall be closer to 8 feet for ceiling height and closer to 9. Wait, second floor shall be closer to 8 feet for the ceiling height and closer to 9 feet for the second floor eave plate height. 2, the board is generally supportive of the architectural style and remaining portions of the project. And 3, the board is not supportive of the window fenestrations and proportions indicated on all elevations. And the way to remedy this is to reduce floor-to-floor plate heights and the general height of the building. That was a unanimous action last review 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. Do we
That,
have a
yeah, the first one reads a little oddly.
And I apologize, and item number 3 doesn't, anywhere, is a representative here for this project?
And Mr. Chair, prior to the applicant presentation, staff does have brief comments for the record.
Yeah, please.
This is just to inform for the record that staff provided a memo to the Single Family Design Board. It's on the screen now.
Yes.
I'll try to summarize it briefly. The SFDB reviewed the project at 3 concept hearings prior to the project's planning commission hearing. And at the 3rd SFDB hearing, the board offered general support for the project and continued it to the planning commission. Story poles were erected as required of the planning commission's review process. Although there's no requirement to notify the SFDB of story poles, it's typically something that staff does, and staff did not do that time, and we apologize for that oversight. Planning Commission made the following findings, summarized as follows. The project is consistent with the policies of the California Coastal Act. The SFDB review and consistency with the zoning ordinance will ensure neighborhood compatibility. That's the first finding. Finding 2 is that the project is consistent with the policies of the city's local coastal plan. The project includes demolition of a non-conforming building and construction of a new residence that is conforming to the zoning ordinance, meeting height, solar access ordinance, open yard setback, and parking requirements. And planning staff has confirmed the plans under consideration for PDA substantially conform to the plans that received Planning Commission approval. And that concludes staff comments.
Thank you. The only comment I have, and I just want to interject this real quickly with the board regarding the minutes. Can we go back to the minutes, please? The board is not supportive of the window fenestrations and proportions indicated on the elevations. And the remedy, this reduced floor to floor. So I feel uncomfortable with that. I don't know. Anyway, I just don't think that's quite correct. So anyway, if the representative's here to speak, Fred, do you have something to say?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a case where, in fact, even in item number 1, the wording isn't quite correct. And we approved those minutes today. So this is a case that we really should be looking at these minutes ahead of time so that we pick up on these things like you just pointed out. Number 3, you're probably correct. It isn't quite said the way I think it was said, but that's okay. But it's not okay in the fact that these minutes really say, these are the only thing in writing that if anybody wants to appeal this project for any reason, or there's any future historical review, this is the only thing that counts. So just probably we have to tell ourselves as a board, we're going to have to take a little bit more time perhaps and read these minutes when they get disseminated. I think it's on the Thursday night before the meeting, so that we don't come up with an issue like this where we're not comfortable and we've already approved the minutes.
I totally agree with you, Fred, and I do apologize because I actually did read these minutes and somehow it's the first time I've seen it like this, but that's my fault.
Okay. And then before we go to the applicant, I did send a memo, Ted, to you with a copy to Brian earlier in the week. Is there anyone that can explain to us, because we don't have all our projects go to the Planning Commission. Most of our projects go to the Planning Commission because of the Coastal Act. So who has the authority for size, scale, and bulk of these projects? Is it the Single Family Design Board? Do we have the last say? or is it the planning commission that has the last say? Were you able to find out an answer on that?
Mr. Chair, the way that staff interprets the guidelines is that the Single Family Design Board does have the authority to, grant project approvals based on size, bulk, and scale. The Planning Commission can request Single Family Design Board. I apologize, we're getting some background noise here.
Go ahead, Ted. I think I just managed it.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get across is that SFDB does have a final say on size, bulk, and scale. As far as the relationship between the Planning Commission and the Single Family Design Board, I believe the SFDB can refer projects up to Planning Commission level. And Planning Commission also looks at SFDB comments when doing their review. And let me know if you have any other questions. I have case planners Stephanie Swanson available as well to help answer any questions.
So the comments that come from the Planning Commission, they're basically comments only on size, bulk, and scale. They can give us their opinion. They looked at it and felt that the size, bulk, and scale is appropriate. But as based on what you just said, it's the decision of this board that decides whether size, scale, and bulk is appropriate, correct?
Mr. Chair and Board Member Sweeney, if I could chime in a little bit here. The reason that we ask for your comments before it is forwarded to the Planning Commission or the staff hearing officer, and typically they're favorable comments, is because in this case, it required a coastal development permit, which the Planning Commission grants. You saw the findings that they have to make, and one of the findings is has to do with aesthetics. And so they use your comments to be able to make that finding. And in order to give a project design approval, the CEQA has to be undertaken, and so does any other review from any other board or commission. So in this case, before it comes back to you for project design approval and final approval, the Planning Commission took their action with respect to the coastal development permit. Now, to Board Sweeney's question about who has the final approval, your findings for today, if you choose to give this project design approval, is neighborhood compatibility or compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. So you do have, in this case, the last say, or you do have the ability to determine whether it's compatible with the neighborhood. However, please keep in mind that when you forwarded it to the Planning Commission, you forwarded it with positive comments about the neighborhood compatibility, the size, bulk, and scale. So that's what they were working off from, and that's how they made their determination. So the coastal development permit was granted based on, at least partially based on that.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. Thank you, Fred. So with that being said, I think I saw Clay.
Yes, Clay Arell is here from AB Design Studio, architect for the project. I also
Hi, Clay.
have with me
And
as well.
pardon my interruption, Clay, could you please turn on your webcam so we can see you? I've just sent you a webcam request.
I just saw that. Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Sorry, I'm in a backlit room again, so I'm going to be a little bit in silhouette. Apologize. I'm here. I've also got the owner of the project, Joe Plowman, here as well, who might want to say a few words here in a minute, and Leonard Thomas from our office, and then we have Margie Grace, our landscape architect as well, who will be presenting the landscape architecture drawings for the project. So first, I'd like to start off just to see if the board, if Chair Miller and other board members, if you received the letter from our client, Joe Plowman, did you receive that and read that? Could I understand if that's taken place?
I saw
I
it.
I thought,
I did not see the letter. Sorry.
Board Member James? You're on mute.
Lisa?
Board Member James, did you?
Sorry, I did not see it. I'm sorry.
Okay. And Joe, Board Member Motusa, did you get the letter and see the letter?
Yes, I did, and I read it.
Okay, great, awesome. So obviously this is a very important project. For those of you who read the letter, very important project for our client and the owner. I know that I can tell from the earlier discussions that there's a lot of discussion about compatibility and height and mass, bulk, and scale. So, but I do have the owner on the line. He's very interested in addressing the board. For those of you who haven't read the letter, I think this will help summarize that. So Ted, can we put Joe Plowman on for a short minute here, minute or two?
Mr. Orell, Mr. Plowman is a panelist, so he may share his webcam and mic. And for the board's reference, a letter is on the screen currently.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Take it away, Joe.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes. I won't take much time. I know Clay has a presentation. I wasn't able to join the last board meeting due to technical difficulties. I apologize for that. I was on the road. Letters can come across pretty plain and dry sometimes, so I wanted to add a little color to the letter. Basically, this has been a lifelong dream of ours from Santa Barbara, both of us. Family has been here for many generations. We really care about what you do and making Santa Barbara the place it is now and continuing with the architectural style that Santa Barbara has now. So we appreciate what you do. I'm also a board member for multiple charity boards and non-profit boards. So I, again, respect what you do. It's not an easy job. What I do want to say is that we came to you guys last year in 2019 with requesting a 24-foot house. And that was on grade with our neighbor, and we worked hard with our neighbors. We worked hard to make sure we didn't have any modifications to our home. We wanted it to be a seamless process. We talked to our neighbor across the street and really figured out, what needed to be done to make it compatible with the neighborhood. That was hugely important to us. And we feel when we interviewed architects, that was one of the biggest things we wanted. We wanted to know that we had an architect that could work with neighbors, work in the neighborhood, and help us make it compatible. And I think Clay's done a really good job of that. We've met now 3 times, and I've been with you guys on one of them. And you've asked for more articulation, and Clay's done a phenomenal job with that. We came back to you again after the articulation request, and we reduced the size of our home from 24 feet to 23 feet 5 inches. It looked better. It looked great. We got positive comments from board member Joe and a few others. So we're very happy to move over to the Planning Commission. We met them out here, talked to them. So we moved forward, and then we went back to SFDB, as you guys know, and 2 weeks ago. And we were quite surprised when the board asked us to reduce it down some more. So when the board asked us to go back and reduce the height of the home down to 22 feet 11 inches, we were a bit shocked because we worked almost 2 years to make this compatible with the neighborhood. So naturally, we went out and did a little bit of research and investigation. We looked at our neighbor's house that is 25 feet to our west. We looked at our neighbor's house to the north that is 28 feet. We also noticed that our elevation is, I believe, Clay can provide the details, but at least 3 inches lower to our neighbors to the north, or excuse me, to the west that have a 25-foot home. So when we're talking about neighborhood compatibility, I'm struggling to find out why our height is not compatible with the shoreline neighborhood when all of their homes and even the home up the street that was recently approved is 25 feet, why we're incompatible. when it boils down to the comments, and I think you read that in the opening letter, the window fenestration, new word for me, I've never heard that before, so that's good to learn. 1222 was referenced, 1222 Shoreline Drive. We found out that they have tall windows, and the tall windows go to the plate height of the second level. I think that's important to note because when you look at the north elevation of our home, we had smaller windows. They weren't as tall. So we raised the height as a result of the last meeting. We cut the east and the west elevations down by 6 inches and reduced the grade an additional 3 inches. So now when you look at neighborhood compatibility, what we are is almost 2.5, almost 3 feet with grading shorter than other homes across the street and directly behind us. So what I would like to ask today from the board is to reconsider the motion from the last board meeting. And that is go back to the 23 and 4 inches drawings and raise the windows. As you note in the minutes, that was the primary concern, was the fenestration and the window proportion with the height of the home. So Clay and Leonard have done a great job. They raised the home. I think they put everything in proportion the way it should be. And what we're really talking about is 6 inches at this point, still at a rate of being lower than 2 feet from the surrounding houses. So with that, that's my request today, is that we modify the drawings from 2 weeks ago in the windows. But I'm gonna turn it back over to Clay, and he can do a much better job at saying this than I can. But thank you all for your time. I appreciate the consideration, and look forward to working with you guys. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Timmy, can you go to the height study PDF? Great. Next page, please. So here's our home. Next page. This just shows our constraints on the property. We have two front yard setbacks and a 1250 required open yard. That gives us a very narrow area to build within. We've obviously on the eastern side, the top part of the page, we've set ourselves away from there to allow views for our neighbors behind us. Next page, please. This is a rendering of the current home as we've revised it for this application. That is lowering the left and right side pitches down 6 inches and raising some of the window heads on the upper floor. Next slide, please. Next. These are a summary of the minutes, and I think this is important to bring forth. So August 19th, 2019, we came for comments only, no public comments showed up for that hearing. We've had 0 public opposition to this project, either at the Single Family Design Board or the Planning Commission level. This was really concerned about south elevation, Shoreline Drive, study variable plate height to lessen the bulk of the building, which is what we had done. Consider lowering the west corner, study the windows on the east elevation. February 18th, comments only, 1 neighbor behind us concerned with the property line. Study reducing plate heights, indicate change in bulk and scale of the house. Provide a landscaping plan. Next slide, please. March 2nd, 2020, this is when we got positive comments from your board to go to the Planning Commission. There was no public comment at that hearing. The comments were, the board appreciates the articulation made to the south elevation to reduce the monolithic face presented at the previous meeting. Applicant shall return with a detailed landscape and irrigation plan. Relocation of the southwest corner further back on the second story is appreciated. So all these comments were positive as we went into Planning Commission. We had that hearing on July 2nd, 2020, with the unanimous approval and positive comments, both to mass, bulk, and scale, both to land use. We're not asking for any modifications. We're not asking for anything out of the norm. We're complying with all zoning ordinances with this project. On August 3rd, we returned to Single Family Design Board for project design approval hearing, and we got the comments that were read previously. I won't read them now. Let's go to the next page, please. Next page. So this is a study of 7 homes in the immediate area of our project. And all of these homes are at 24 feet or above. 2 of them are over the 25-foot height limit that is required in the NPO. Our current home, as we're presenting today, is at 22 feet 11. We'd like to negotiate with the board to raise that back up as we did on August 3rd hearing. But right now, that's where we're sitting. Next slide, please. Here's the guidelines in the NPO. Homes taller than 25 feet are usually incompatible in most single-family neighborhoods. We are under 25 feet, as noted before. Next slide, please. Here's a couple comparisons. 1220 Shoreline Drive. These are city records, excuse me. Building height allowance is 30 feet. Existing is 1 story. Proposed is 25 feet. Next slide, please. At 1222 Shoreline, this was another project proposed at 24 feet. Next slide, please. This is the neighbor across the street to the west, across Santa Rosa. Their project was approved at a 25-foot max height. They're just under it by probably a few inches. Next slide, please. This is a home directly to the north of our project, our neighboring home. They were approved to go to 28 feet with a modification several years ago. Next slide, please. This is the home directly behind the home to the north of us. They're at 27 feet. Our home, you can see on the far right of the page, a little blue house on the far right corner is the subject parcel. Next one over. Next one over. Yep, there you go. Next slide, please. This is our home. This is a photograph of where the story poles were when the story poles were up. So this shows the existing home in the foreground in the right image, and the story poles above it. And you can see the house behind it is considerably taller. Keep in mind, we've got a little bit of a perspective correction to do here, but it's still emblematic of the height of our structure compared to that behind ours. Next slide, please. These are a few other homes in the neighborhood that we've been showing already. Ours is on the far left. We have 102 Santa Rosa at 2211. That's actually, we actually lowered the building 3 inches, so that's 22.8. And then Shoreline across Shoreline is 25 feet, and then 1220 Shoreline is 25 feet. Compatibility guidelines, design structures, heights to be compatible with the neighborhood. The building height should be in proportion to the style and size of the house and the lot area. So these are all examples of what we've been looking at for our project. Next slide, please. Here's a further comparison of the immediate homes in the neighborhood. I'll point out that the home at 113 on the far right, 113 Santa Rosa, was approved for a building height of 25 feet. And that photo is a recent photo that is currently in construction to be built at 25 feet. Next slide, please. This is a photo sim of the 1242 Shoreline house at just under 25 feet and the 102 Santa Rosa at 22 feet 11. Next slide, please. Another comparison between the two. Next slide. Next slide, please. Chair Miller, I'm afraid I'm going to need a little bit more time to get through this presentation, so I'm going to request it now, seeing that I have 2 minutes left.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Great. So the height has been reduced based on the study. This house will be shorter than the other homes in the immediate area and should not have to be lowered any further. Bringing down the height of the east and west corners will eliminate the positive comments made by the Planning Commission on actually back in July, supporting the undulation of the roof heights. Further reduction in the east and west corners would also be a lot more waste of time and money, studying and undulating per the request of SFDB. Next slide, please. So here's where we started and here's where we ended. So the height of the home in February SFDB hearing was 23 feet 11 from the top of the ridge to the finished grade, and the finished floor was at 61 feet. The height of the home in March SFDB hearing was 23 feet 5 inches from finished grade to top of roof. The finished floor was at 60 feet 5 inches. So we had lowered it 7 inches at that point in time. And that's when we got positive comments to move to the Planning Commission from this board, and the PC approved it at that height. The height of the home at the August Single Family Design Board hearing was 23 feet 5 inches from finished grade to top of roof, spell check, and the finished floor was 60 feet 5 inches. We've since lowered the home down to 22 feet 8 inches to top of ridge to finished grade, with the finished grade at 60 feet 3 inches. So we've lowered the home, that should have said 60 feet 6 inches prior. We came down 3 inches, we lowered the entire home 3 inches, and we lowered the east and west plates by 6 inches. So the home is still 2 feet 4 inches below the MTO height limit of 25 feet and 7 feet 4 inches below the zoning height limit of 30 feet. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the window proportions were short. The project window proportions were shorter than other homes. We studied those. This led to the belief that the project was too tall. We've looked at that in terms of our structure. This house may be the shortest house in the immediate proximity and along shoreline with a height of only 22 feet, and that should say 8 inches, not 11. Next slide, please. So on the left is what you saw on August 3rd is the elevation, and on the right is where we've altered it. We've raised the door head heights on the east and west wings, and we've lowered the roof 6 inches. Part of our conversation today, and hopefully we can have a discussion with the board around these changes, because we feel that the articulation is getting a little bit lost by dropping the east and west corners. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the overall concern with the proportion of the second story windows is they relate to the other styles in the Mesa. After some study, we found our windows were short and therefore studied the proportion and raised the headers. Turns out that our project is shorter than the other 2-story homes at roughly the same finished floor as the home to the west. It is assumed in the SFD meeting on 8/3 that the project was too tall, but after looking at neighborhood compatibility and what's around us, we're definitely not the tallest home in the neighborhood and the immediate proximity. I'd like to now go to the presentation. Let's see if I can find it, Timmy. It's I don't know what you might have named it. It's the drawings, whatever the drawings are. There we go. All right, awesome. Thank you, Timmy. I'd like to go to page 19. So these are our revised elevations, north and south, which seem to be of much discussion at the last hearing. Again, on the east and west side, the left and right sides, we've lowered those roofs down 6 inches. And we've also looked at the window proportions and studied those. And in some cases, we've raised the head heights and got them closer to the eave lines to make that proportion feel a little bit better. Next page, please, page 20. Not a considerable change here other than the plate heights having lowered on each one of these views, and the window heads having been raised. Then let's go to page 29, please. So we showed this before, so pages 29, 30, 31 are exterior materials. I don't think there was much comment about that, so I'm gonna breeze through that. So I wanna keep ourselves on time. Next slide. So the real discussion we wanna have here, and we're gonna go to landscape in a minute, and then I'm gonna request from Chair Miller, that we come back and have a discussion about the height. But first, I want to say a couple of things. So the first thing is compatibility. In terms of compatibility, it doesn't matter what height your plate height is. This building is shorter than all the buildings around it that are 2-story. So compatibility has a lot of different discussions. One is mass, bulk, and scale. I think in terms of mass and bulk and scale, we're under what the local or what the immediate neighbors are doing and what was recently approved just up the street. The plate heights are the plate heights because number one, we have a very small constrained lot and we have a very modest home, frankly. It's nearly 2,200 square feet without the basement. So based on that, having volume is what helps the livability of it. And so how did we get there? Well, we got there by working with our structural engineers and really studying our roof assemblies and our floor assemblies and really squeezing the building so that we could get as much volume inside of a lower height limit as we could for the sake of interior livability, scale, and feel, and all of those things that are very important to our client. This house is not too big. It's not too big for the neighborhood at all. I also want to point out that out of the 7 homes in the immediate area, 6 of them are 24 feet or taller, and ours currently is much lower than that. To end this, I want to come back. So I'm going to turn this over to Margie to talk about landscaping, and then I want to wrap up a discussion about height with the board before we go to questions, public comment, or public comment questions and comments.
So is it
if we can go to
Clay? Can I interject real quickly? Now you want to have a discussion of height. For the sake of time, is it possible to include that while we ask questions during the question when our board asks you questions? Will that save you time?
We can do it. Yeah, that's absolutely no problem.
All right, let's try it that way. All right, Margie.
Timmy, if you go to page 62, that'll be the beginning of the landscape drawing.
And Ms. Grace, it looks like you're muted. I'm going to unmute you.
Got it. Here I am.
There you
Hi.
are.
Hi, so when we were last here, we were looking, it was a request to have some detail on what the fence would look like that was proposed. The little, the one that you would see on the 2 front yards. And so there it is. It's got some descriptors with it. And it'll come into more detail as we do the construction drawings. We're basically looking at sort of chunky and short, only 36 inches high, and it'll be painted. This is shown natural color. 1x4 pickets and simple bottom rails of the same proportion, and a little bit about how we'll put it together so that the joinery looks good, and 6x6 posts. What else were we looking at? This pervious versus impervious material. I think we saw this masonry fireplace before. It's shown here on that backyard open yard space. Yep. There was a comment from the neighbor about he's concerned about the height of the tree in the northeast corner, and we've since talked with him, and he understands now that that is a tree that will be in a container, so it's kept dwarfed, and he just requested to keep it below 12 feet. And we said, sure, no problem. We just need a little bit of height there to soften the boxiness of the backyard. Guys, on the dogs. Sorry about that. Apparently something important is happening over here. We're still showing the same thing. We brought a little more definition into the hardscape, made our driveway permeable as well. That's done by using large poured slabs that will be finished with the same stone material, and then joints that are permeable and a bed of layers of permeability under it, and that's shown in the engineering, the sort of the substrate under there. What else is new in here, folks? A little bit of work on the drainage. We're showing the bioswale now that's on the engineering report we brought forward. Next page, please.
Yeah, Margie, if you kind of focus on if there was anything on the minutes, because yeah, if we've
Yeah.
seen it already, that's
That
okay.
was it. Yeah, that really was it.
Okay, cool. That'd be great. So let me bring it back to Ted, and if there was any comments or emails from the public.
Mr. Chair, we did not receive any additional written items of public comment that have not already been read into the record. And if you are attending the meeting right now and you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and you will have 2 minutes to speak once we call on you. It does not look like anyone in attendance wishes to speak on this item, so we can move on to questions from the board.
All right, great. I will move it back to the board and I will just go down the list. So Vice Chair Lisa, James, do you have any questions?
I do. If we can go to A2.02 on the proposed west elevation, you have what looks like a tall fence or a screen, the detail 108, it looks like there. I'm curious about that.
I think that's the garage door.
Those are garage doors.
Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay. Is that your only question, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Board Member Farrell, any questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, any questions?
I have lots of comments. I'll save those for comments.
All right. Board Member Sweeney, any questions, please?
Just a procedural question, Mr. Ariel, are you prepared today to also receive final approval? Do you have the drawings ready to go to the building department?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I thought I was muted, sorry. Board Member Miller and Chair Miller and Board Member Sweeney, we are very close to having drawings ready to go to the building department. There are a few items that we still need to nail down, but we're very close indeed.
Are those stormwater or are they architectural?
Those meaning what?
The things you have to finish, are they stormwater related or are they architectural related?
The tier stormwater management stuff. That's what he's referring to.
The tiers that we're actually tier 3 on this project. Our tier 3 documentation is pretty well completed. We have to have little coordination between civil, landscape.
The only reason I'm asking a question is if the board chooses to give you project design and final approval today, do you have a set of drawings that basically are final? That's the question. Or would you have to come back at another meeting to get that done?
Mr. Sweeney, if I may interject, Chair Miller.
Yes, please.
Staff reviewed the submittal materials that the applicant submitted and determined that—
I don't hear anybody.
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I might have cut out for a second, so I didn't hear what you said, Board Member Sweeney. I apologize.
Oh, I'm just trying to, I think Ted's answering the question. We're just trying to, if we choose to give you project design and final approval, do you have a set of drawings that are final and we can send you on to the building department?
Yes, Chair Miller and Board Member Sweeney. We're finishing up some items on structural, mechanical, electrical, and a few architectural details, but we'll be ready to go in very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was my only question.
Okay, thank you. All right. I have no questions, so we'll move it on to comments. So I'll go down the list.
Chair Member Miller?
Yes,
Chair Miller?
Clay. Sure.
So previously I had suggested a discussion about the height. So as was previously discussed by the owner,
Yes.
you know, their desire and if I may, Timmy, could you please go to the height study and go to page 26? So this particular in this particular drawing, what you see on the left is what was proposed at the August 3rd hearing. And what you see on the right is what is currently being proposed. There's still some strong feeling by the owner and by the architect that we feel like the plate heights on the prior version on the east and west side are preferable, even with, we can still raise the head heights of the door systems and whatnot, but just in terms of the articulation and the volume in those small spaces, the owner really feels like that's important. And, I kind of pulled their arm behind their back and said, we got to reduce somewhere. So we shrunk the building. We brought the whole building down 3 inches, and we brought those plates down 6 inches. But they're really pushing for a higher plate height on that side, which would result in an overall building height of 23 feet 2 inches, still nearly 2 feet below the required 25 feet. So my request to the board is under consideration, or potentially a straw vote, that we take that under consideration and look to see if the board would be willing to allow the previously approved height or plate height on those east and west sides that was approved, well, that was given positive comments by your board in March, approved by the Planning Commission in July, and then brought to you on August 3rd, 2 weeks ago. So I'm making the request on behalf of the owner. I know that they discussed it earlier, but it's something that it's very important to them, and I want to bring it forth as a discussion item or a straw vote, or however you guys want to discuss it.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question now that Clay's laid that on the table? Could we go to the drawing you're looking at? I don't know who controls, I think Timmy controls the little hand. But Timmy, can you go to the peak of the ridge on the left element? No, on the colored drawing, on the colored rendering. Yeah, right there. So Clay, what is that right now, the way that's drawn? What height is that, more or less?
22 feet 8 inches.
Okay, so if you move it back to where you want it, you're going to move it to what elevation height?
23 feet 2 inches.
So is that about where the little hand is showing, the top of the finger of the little hand? More or less?
Yeah, more, yeah, más o menos, yeah.
Yeah, so it's about right there. So what you'd like to do is take that element, push it up to where that little hand is, and then I'm assuming, based on what you just said, that you would also move up the header on those doors another, 6 inches or 4 inches?
Yes, sir. We get as much height as we want for that view to the ocean.
Okay, and then are you doing the same thing on the east side, the east element?
Yes, just the west peak and the east peak, not in the middle. The middle doesn't change.
Middle doesn't change. Okay, thank you.
Right. Well, Clay, let's go to I hear you. Let's move it to comments, and then in the making of the motion, we'll consider your consideration. So I'm going back to the list, and Vice Chair Lisa, do you have comments, please?
No.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Farrell, any comments, please?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I read the letter from the owners, and it was a very thoughtful and compelling letter. And so I just want to put that into the record. And also, I feel like, Clay, you have done quite a bit of research about the neighborhood and about the existing homes, and for your case about compatibility. So.
Thank you very much. Board Member Motisha, comments, please.
Yes, again, Mr. Plowman, I appreciated your letter. Very different than the letters we usually get from irate applicants who don't like what we're doing on this board. But we do have the chance to, we do have the authority or the right to backpedal. And I will admit, I did backpedal a little bit, but it was based on what Fred has always been forward to the board about, and the fact that comparing those houses that are on shoreline, that are on shoreline, and we're not really, there's a lot of houses in the area, but the houses that are based right on shoreline is what I based my backpedaling was, is that there's nothing in front of that house. And when Fred compared the style of the house across the street to the west and what was underneath that window, there was nothing, basically no height. And then we looked at the elevations that were presented to be considered. There was, like it is right now, we're looking at an elevation that basically I didn't like. That let's call it the western. We're looking at the elevation, the left elevation, the west window right there, and you look up underneath that deck. There's a lot of height there between the window and the deck up there. And same at the second story. There's a lot of height between the top header of the window and all the way to the fascia or the overhang of the eave of that wing. And when we compared it to what we were looking at the time when the client wanted, this is the last meeting, wanted their approval, it didn't match. And I looked at the elevations and I thought what Fred said, and with what we have right now, I didn't pass it. I voted no for it. And I think that's why we got the 5 no votes on that at that night, at that meeting. Basically, there's no trees. I think we can see one right there. It looks like a street tree right on the left of the right elevation, but there's only one in the back. And a lot of the trees all the way along, a lot of the houses all the way along shoreline have a lot of trees. So they break up the size, bulk, and scale. This house, even though it's small, does not dictate a compatible size, bulk, and scale, because basically we have 3 wings of that house. We have the left or the west wing, the right or the east wing, the west wing, and the center wing, which is the full length of the whole house, and they're all the same size. It doesn't dictate a breakup of the size, bulk, and scale. So I voted no on it. And also the house to the west on the other corner. I can be persuaded to vote yes on this project, but I do like what is shown now on the right, because especially that west wing right there that we're looking at with a 12 different panes of glass in it. The height from the eave to the header of the window is reduced a good foot. Got rid of going across there, which brings that scale way down, size, bulk, and scale of the house. But I can be compelled to vote yes on this project if I'm convinced that that house right there, that I'm looking on the right, and I like that house on the right. I think it's compatible and belongs to what we want to see on shoreline. If we compare that house and put it right next door to the house just to the west on the other corner, because that's why I voted no. It didn't look to me like it was shorter than that house. It looked like it's a much larger size, bulk, and scale than the house to the west. And I agreed with Fred. I don't think it matches what we're looking for on a house right on shoreline. Granted, houses up the street, up Santa Rosa, can be bigger. They can be taller because they're not so grandiose and stand right out and look right over across the park, across the main boulevard there. But this house needs to be a little bit more articulate and design-wise. And Fred brought that out to me. Other than that, that's my comment. I think it is a smaller house. It's got a large basement, but that's to code, and we can't bark at that. Yeah, that's my comments.
All right, thank you, Joe. Fred, comments, please.
Yes, I think I'm at a point where this can be supportable. And let me go back and touch on a few things. One is, Mr. Plowman, I really appreciate your letter. I think Joe is correct. We don't usually get a good letter like that. What I can tell you, though, is that I kind of adhered to the adage of Mr. Bill Mahan, who was one of the original founding members of this review board and actually helped develop the guidelines that we go by. And he has always said that we have to look at these homes not for the owners that occupy them at the time of approval, but for the longevity of the neighborhood. And you look young enough that I hope you're able to stay in that house as long as my parents have been able to stay in their home at 60 years. And unfortunately, we now have to put it on the market. And that happens. And your home probably will, like all of us, may last a lot longer than you all do. And then maybe you'll be able to hand it down to your children. But our job is to look at these homes based on the structures, the architecture, and the compatibility issues. And unfortunately, I was not able to be here for the February 18th meeting, and so I missed it. And you'll notice I was absent. And then I was still concerned, even though I went back and reviewed the meeting minutes, then I was still concerned at the subsequent meeting, and you'll notice I was the only one voting against the project because I was still concerned about the plate heights. And I tend to look at plate heights as the dictator because our architecture solutions in detail are dictated by the sections, and the sections indicate plate heights. So I tend to concentrate on that area. And as I said in the last meeting, it's unfortunate that I wasn't able to go out and look at the story poles. I think if I had looked at the story poles in the neighborhood context, I would have not had some of the comments that I made last time, because I didn't have the advantage to actually look at it in the setting. I appreciate Mr. Errol's immense amount of work that he's done to show us the issues of scale with the other homes in the community. We had a project brought to us by a Los Angeles area architect further down the bluffs not too long ago, and he actually did a whole streetscape because we had the same issue about building height, and he was able to demonstrate in one fell swoop and convince us that his proposed building height was acceptable. So I appreciate the work that was done in this last 2 weeks to really explain that. So I think the secret for this house is the articulation and what we as architects refer to as window fenestration. How do the windows fit in the surface of the vertical elements of a building? And I think you're there. You got it. In other words, by moving all of those windows up, that makes the house work from a proportion standpoint. And I think that was the secret to making this look right, which is, I think, where Joe is coming from. So going up another 8 inches, I think it was, we demonstrated a minute ago with a little hand up on the peak. I don't think that's going to be a big deal. So I think that that we could move to be supportable, certainly for project design approval. Ted was about to tell us, if we kind of cut him off, on the staff's review for final, but in the very worst case, final could always go to consent if there's a few other things that have to be cleaned up before it's ready to go to the building department. That maybe Ted can elaborate for that. And I did have one other question. The solar panels on the standing seam roof, they get to be snapped in. They're actually the best way to put these on. But they have frames, and generally in the past, we've requested applicants to try to get the frames either black or match the roof coloring, and I don't, because otherwise they come in a chrome silver color. So that would be my only concern, just to get it to look right. You're going to spend some money putting those up there, and you want to make them look nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. So so my only comments, and I believe I want to go back to what Clay was asking. He was asking for like a straw vote, because from my understanding, what Clay would like, if you look at the elevation on the left, he wants to know if he can go by that elevation. My only comment though with that elevation, if if the board supports it, is that that door into the, I guess, the master bedroom, actually, the plate height goes a little higher. Yeah, that probably go up 6 inches, because I think that'll look proportional, and I could totally support that. I think that would be a great look for that house. The one on the right is perfect too. So may I suggest we entertain a motion for the original request from Clay for the left one with the higher plate heights? And
Comment before you entertain a motion?
well,
Brian?
to see if it'll fly, yeah. And if it doesn't, then we're gonna have to submit a motion, you know, with the probably the house on the right. You understand?
May I make one more comment? before we
Sure,
make it?
please. Yeah.
Architects are really good at, and this, what is looking at us right now, architects are really good at showing elevations and changing size, bulks, and scales. Basically, these are basically the same house. All we've done is raise the windows on the west wing right there, a little bit, 6 inches higher, and raise the whole. I mean, if you look at what the base of the house is sitting on, the house on the right is sitting right on the floor level, and the house on the left is sitting almost on the sidewalk level in front of the house. So we're looking at almost 2 feet, 1.5 to 18, almost 2 feet of space that makes the house look a lot bigger on the left than it does on the right. The house on the right looks much smaller, much shorter. I would like to know, you know, without the architectural, what do we call them? Little ways of representing elevations that make the size, bulk, and scale look a lot nicer and easier. If these two elevations are near the same, because that's what he's asking us. He's asking us. Clay is asking us to support the left
Right.
right there, and I like the elevation.
I have a good question, because it looks like, yeah, there's a difference. What is that? Why is the one on?
Guys,
Yeah.
this is where I could use a piece of tracing paper, and we'd solve this instantly.
Okay, please.
What Clay wants is he wants the right drawing, the right-hand drawing.
Okay.
With a difference. The only difference is, and we can go back, Timmy, to the little hand. He's going to take that roof and he's going to move it up 8 inches.
Okay.
Just
Okay?
that.
Just that. Let me finish. So he's going to move the roof up 8 inches, which means the eave moves up 8 inches. And then to make it look right, he's going to move those doors on the right drawing up another 6 inches, the proportions to look like they look in this drawing. That's all he's asking for, as I understand it. He can pop in if he isn't. Concentrate on the right drawing. The right drawing, the roof goes up 8 inches, the roof ridge goes up 8 inches, the eave goes up 8 inches. Add a piece of tracing paper, we just shove it up. And then he's going to make the windows a little higher, to make the relationship between the top of the windows and the bottom of the eave the same, right?
Is that correct? Clay, is that correct? Clay, are you unmute?
Thank you. Chair Miller and Board Members Sweeney and Motisha. Just to clarify, Board Member Sweeney, you're on the right path. The image on the right demonstrates the house has already been lowered 3 inches. So keep in mind, from the left to the right, the house is already lowered 3 inches into the ground. So the finished floor elevation of the ground floor went down 3 inches.
Okay.
That one area where that cursor, where your hand is, we would raise back up only 6 inches, not 8 inches, but 6 inches.
Okay.
And we bring that head of the door with it as well.
So that's what he's asking for. So I think a simple motion with that wording included can give him project design approval.
I agree, Fred. So I'm going to close comments, and I'd like you to entertain a motion.
Okay, let's see if we can get this accomplished. Okay.
One more comment.
No, I'm closing it. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm closing it.
I want a question. I have one more comment.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize, but no. Let's make a motion and vote.
Maybe Joe will solve it as we go through the motion. So if Timmy or whoever does the findings for project design approval, I want to come back to this drawing when I get to that section, but let's go to project design approval requirements, please. Thank you. So the motion is to provide project design approval for this project and final approval, or excuse me, with a direction for final approval to go to the consent calendar when the applicant has completed his drawings. That the final approval has determined that the natural topography of the site has not been altered dramatically for the area or the neighborhood. The board does understand that a major portion of soil will be removed from the site for the placement of the basement, but the basement size, style, etc., is out of the purview of the board's review because it's not architectural. That the building scale has now been developed to meet the compatibility with the neighborhood. And could we go back to that drawing, please? I think there's a little lag between them getting it up there.
Which drawing are you referring to? That one. Okay.
The one we were just looking at with the two elevations, the one that's got color on it and the one that doesn't.
Yeah.
So for the motion that's addressing scale, this is scale now, the board will approve the raising of the roof area over the westerly wing of the home at the second floor by moving it up 6 inches. That will move the eve line on that element up 6 inches. And as a result, then the door height indicated on this sketch will also be moved up to maintain the proportion between the header of the door opening and the bottom of the eave. All other conditions for the scale as indicated on the drawings now being submitted are sufficient to meet the compatibility nature of the scale of the home to the neighborhood. So now can we go back to the other requirements for project design approval, please? Is that clear?
Well, I think,
Yeah.
did you want it's on both ends of the house, right, Clay?
No. It's just,
Yes, it is. It is.
both ends of the house. I'm sorry, excuse me. The east and west wings that come out.
Yes.
Correct, Clay?
I was on, it was only the west.
Well, but
Yeah.
let him answer. Clay, is it both wings or just that one? Just let us get it clear.
Chair Miller and Board Member Sweeney, yes, both the east and the west side are similar in that they would both come up.
Okay, so that's the nature of my motion.
Okay.
For both the east and west wing as demonstrated on the drawing that shows the west wing. That the bulk of the home has already been previously determined in the other meetings and as it went to the Planning Commission as being acceptable. That included the FAR calculations, and that the general size of the home was accessible as it went to the Planning Commission. That the general style and architectural character and language of the home is compatible with the neighborhood in as much as adjacent homes have a similar architectural style. That the general compatibility as previously designed by statements of size, bulk, and scale are now appropriate as submitted and changed by this motion. That the quality of architecture and material that have been proposed in the set of drawings is appropriate. And if we can go to the next, I think there's another sheet in here. And that there are no significant tree types that are being altered. It has been recognized that there is a tree in the northeast corner that will be boxed, and that particular tree has already been discussed with the adjacent property owners following good neighbor guidelines, or that the applicant has made an effort to do that. that the general health, safety, and welfare of the project has been reviewed, protected, and preserved as presented in the set of drawings, and that the general public views of this house are not inhibited because of the nature of the structure. And then just to be clear, that the board has been advised by legal counsel is not required to guarantee individual private views from any adjacent properties. And that's my motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Joe, did you have a question?
Yes, I was ready to go along with the project I'm still looking at size, bulk, and scale of that house. And the first thing we looked at, and that was 3 meetings ago, that the fact that we had a massive east wing, west wing, and the center wing, all the same height, and we tried to change them. Now we've just approved that we're gonna raise the west wing 6 inches and the windows and change the size, bulk, and scale because it gives us some more design right there. It gives us something different to look at instead of a massive house that we hit right on. And all of a sudden now we got the east wing raised up 6 inches too. And we're right back where we were 3 meetings ago with a massive, no, I'll take that back, not massive, but a big size, bulk, and scale house right on the corner. And we attempted 3 meetings ago to change those 3 different heights. And now we've got them the same again, or even as high. No, I think that, yes, we can raise the right one and then it changes, it gives it a larger area on the right, or on the left, with 2 different changes of size, bulk, and scale as you go down, as you go across the front of the house. But now we've got.
Well, Joe, if I can interject here, I appreciate your comments, but I think Clay made a good argument. I feel that he's done some huge improvements on the house. And at this point, since we've already made a motion, it's been seconded, I feel you can approve the motion or you can decline the motion. So I think that we're kind of at that stage right now. Is that correct, Fred?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would make one other comment. I appreciate Joe's comments.
Yes.
Because that's the struggle we have, particularly on Shoreline Drive with the size of these homes. In general, some of the homes that Mr. Ariel shared with us were actually done, I think, prior to this existence of this board and probably would have not been approved. And you're absolutely right. The 3 or 4 homes that are closer to City College on Shoreline Drives are one of the big reasons this board exists, because the community came undone by these big McMansions. So our challenge from this point forward is to deal with this size, scale, and bulk issue. The bulk and size issue for me wasn't a big deal. This is not a huge home. It gets to be a big home with a basement, but short of that, everything above the ground, it's not an overly large home. And the bulk, the secret or the issue that the architect was trying to do here is he was trying to do a traditional home design that has 2 east and west wings that were paired, and that the center element tied those 2 wings together. So his composition that he was putting together was dependent on making both those wings look the same. That was there from day one. And from day one, the building was higher, and we got it brought down, etc. The thing that I think certainly threw me off was the whole proportion, scale, window thing, which really looked weird. And that's what began to throw it off for me. So I agree, Joe. We're going to continue to struggle with bulk and scale. That's why we have the FAR activity, etc. But the other key ingredient here is this thing went to the Planning Commission. And unfortunately, this board didn't really understand how the relationship between the Planning Commission and the board really works sometimes. And we do missteps. And I'm hoping in the future, staff will be able to guide us a little better when these things come up so that we understand what our relationship is with the Planning Commission or the staff hearing officer, so that we don't get backwards And that does a disservice to the applicant. You know, this applicant has waited and you know, COVID-19, all that other stuff. And certainly, I think by doing what we're doing today, we're going to diminish any chance of this thing getting appealed by the applicant or by the neighbors, which then presents another big, huge delay for these folks to get their house done. So in some ways, this might be a political compromise, but I don't think we're going to be approving a house that's going to overwhelm this neighborhood.
Thank you, Fred. I think it's a beautiful home. I think it's going to be great. And I do know, just as a sidestep, I know that the city of Santa Barbara building staff is, a lot of them, there's a big turnover rate. I'm doing a project in Solvang, and I found out several people that are senior staff members of Santa Barbara are now working in that area. So I do know that there's a lot of training going on. And
That's a huge challenge.
There's challenges facing everybody. So that being said, Mary, could we please have a roll call?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
I'm gonna vote no, and I'm voting no. I want to see the project go through, but I still think the house scale and size of the house is, not size, scale of the house is off. No.
okay, and Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a 10-day appeal period for this?
Chair Miller, yes, there is a 10-day appeal period. We should announce it.
Okay, yeah, so there is a 10-day appeal period. Thank you. Should we take a little break, or do we want to go to the next project?
Thank you, board members. Have a great night.
Thanks, Clay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
So do we want to break, or do we want to go to the next project?
Go to
Chair
the
Miller,
next-
report a break.
Pardon? Go a break? Okay. So it is now 5:38. Let's be back at 5:45. Does that give you enough time?
Yep.
Okay, great. letter?
Yes.
Several letters, or 2 letters.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I only got one.
There's 2 letters sent, I think,
Okay.
or an email and a letter, I guess.
Where's Ted?
Chair Miller, I think we are ready when you are.
Okay, I'm ready to reconvene the Single Family Design Board. Our project item number 4 is 506 Yankee Farm Road. Is there a representative for that project? Before we proceed, let's go through and say that they're requesting a project design approval is requested. Project requires neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design and slope lot findings. Project was last reviewed January 6, 2020. Lisa, do we have minutes?
I'm not
Can
seeing any.
Lisa-
Here we go.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, the comments from our previous meeting are as follows. Number 1, provide a detailed conceptual landscape plan taking into account the existing vegetation. 2, the landscape plan should indicate major trees or other specimens to be retained and indicate which shall be removed. 3, provide photographs of the adjacent landscaping on the east, south, north, and north sides of the property. 4, indicate existing fencing to be retained or new fencing proposed. 5, show locations of new driveways as they leave the site across the road right-of-way. Show any indication of how the road right-of-way between the edge of paving and Yankee Farm Road and the right-of-way line are treated. 6, provide clear indication on the amount of soil to be removed and retained on the site, and if any soil is to leave the site. 7, the project description shall be edited to have the appropriate square footage and FAR identified. 8, the board has recognized the location of the ADU unit. Can you scroll down, Timmy or Ted? I can't see the rest of the minutes, or let me make my, thank you. Location of the ADU unit and the board's limitation on its review. 9, the board is aware of the proposed side elevation on sheet A 1.3, and it does not have a major impact on the view corridor or adjacent neighbors. 10, applicant to return with a conceptual color palette and materials, particularly roof materials. Also provide a layout of the pattern of the proposed stone elevations, Pattern of the proposed stone elevations, okay. The motion was unanimous on the previous meeting.
All right, thank you very much, Lisa. Do we have a representative for this project?
Yes, Bill Wolf is here, Pacific Architects.
And Mr. Chair, if I may interject, please.
Yes. Oh, let me turn my background noise there. Sorry. Yes, Ted?
Staff just has a brief comment prior to the applicant's presentation. Staff would just like to note for the record that there is a small discrepancy between the project description and the agenda and what's shown on the plans in terms of square footages. The agenda indicates a 4,032 square foot residence with an attached 750 square foot garage for a proposed total of 4,782 square feet. And the project description in the plans indicates a 3,569 square foot residence, 724 square foot garage, and a 456 square foot accessory dwelling unit under a separate permit for a proposed total of 4,749 square feet. So this is, on the plans, it's 33 square feet less than what the agenda project description indicated.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Bill, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you address our minutes?
Yes, I will. And as well, we have Stacy Fawcett, landscape architect. She'll describe the landscape aspects of it.
Great, thank you.
So to start it off, the square footages, We actually, in our FAR, you'll see it says 97. It's not actually that because I believe we added the ADU, which is an existing garage that we're converting into an ADU. And we ended up adding that in, and I think that's not to be added in. And it ends up, if we do not add the ADU into the square footages, we end up with an 88% FAR, just to clarify that.
Bill, can I interrupt you? You don't have video?
I see what you're seeing. Do you not see me? Oh,
No,
here
I
we
do
go.
not see you.
There we
Mr.
go.
Wolf,
There
web
you
camera.
are.
And just, Chair Miller, also just to let you know, it sounds like Timmy Bolton just let me know that his Adobe program might be in and out of service. So there might be a slight lag for us here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that anyway, floor area ratio. Let's go to the site plan there, if you would.
And it looks like we might be having some difficulties there with the plans. Let's hope they hold.
Yes. So second sheet down. Is he having trouble still moving to the next page?
Mr. Wolf, it appears that yes, there are some issues with it. Hang on a sec.
Is there where I can share my screen? Would that be doable?
Unfortunately, we're not set up to allow that.
Okay.
So let's see what we can get figured out here. Chair Miller, if I may, we are having some difficulties getting the plan set to load and respond. I would request just a 5-minute recess to get the plans in order.
Okay, quick question. Do you think that it'll work or is it?
It is a very large file, so
Okay.
I think it should work, but the size may be an issue. So
All right, let's reconvene at 6 o'clock.
okay.
All right.
Okay, I will. I'm going to circle back on a first couple of items because they're more landscape based, including the photographs. So the ADU, the FARs I've addressed, the ADU, which I know you don't review. If you go to the site plan, can you go to the site plan, Tim? There we go, right there. So we had originally, when we came to you, we had the ADU down by the pool. We're now taking the existing garage, which is up in the upper right corner there, and that's going to be converted to an ADU. So that is what that is. So that's the difference. The board was aware the proposed site elevations does not have major impact. Okay. I do have color boards and colors and materials and details and light fixtures and all of that. The colors, Ted, I don't know if you were able to download those colors. They're asking to see those. And I don't know if you could get to that or not. It's actually, it was in a separate submittal piece. That was what I was talking to you earlier today. Do you remember that? The color.
What is the document named? How is it named?
It is called, let's go back to that email that I sent you.
We have color board and color LEV dated June 25th.
There's a color board right there. That's the one. Okay. And actually, if you can go back to color elevation, color ELEV. Probably has a big file. There we go. Okay. So we're going to use a company called Lincoln that makes a aluminum clad wood window and door. So that is their color there, the driftwood, which is kind of a, gray, kind of tan green sort of tone there. And that's going to match the trim. So the trim will be that as long as, and as well as the windows and doors. The exterior wood, which is going to be a new SKU, and it's a wide plank. It's a wood product actually, but it's treated, and that will be painted, and that's kind of that gray-green, light gray-green color. The stone is going to be kind of a sandstone mix, not a ledger stack, but you can kind of, I don't know if it's easy to see in that, it's a kind of a Deer Creek blend is what it's called. And it's kind of taupes and browns and dark grays, and that's kind of the mix of it. If we can go back to the sample board, color board. The roof, which was a question, is going to be an IB membrane roof. It'll be that gray #1, the gray version. We wanted to get as close as we could to cool, but not be white. So it'll be that gray color. That's their muted color. The downspouts, we're proposing copper at this point. The entry door is going to be a dark walnut. And the item 12 there is actually just, as best I could get, a representation of stainless steel. It's hard to show that. Anyway, you know what stainless steel looks like. And if you scroll down just a little bit below there to number 8, Timmy, you'll see that Bear Paw Deer Creek blend of stone that we're going to have, and it kind of mixes and blends with all those colors. So that's the colors. I'm going to hand it over to Stacy now, and she can talk about the landscape, vegetation, major trees, and she has some photographs as well. So with that, I move it over to her.
Hello, I'm Stacy Fawcett, landscape architect. PDF page 51 is where the landscape starts, if you can get down to there. There we go. This shows the existing conditions plan with the existing house sitting towards the upper part of the property, which is kind of where the new one sits. The driveway currently enters more towards the middle of the property, and that will change a little bit. Much of the site currently, if you want to go to the next sheet, much of the site currently has a lot of not very well kept trees, a little bit overgrown, some dead things that need to be edited, etc. We can go down to the next slide. So this is the proposed landscape plan. We're proposing, starting out at the street, there's some additional parking along the street front. We've been working with the city on that. So there's allowance for 4 cars, which many of the neighbors have been requesting as well. So that's a positive thing. The driveway enters from the top. There's permeable paving along the driveway that's going to be concrete pads with pebbles in between, going down into a motor court, and that's where you enter into the house at the front. The trees proposed along the driveway are evergreen pears, which are currently the same as what's existing on site. The landscape is somewhat of minimalist, just to complement the architecture, keep it very simple, drought tolerant, obviously. The entrance paving is more of a stone or a tile, porcelain tile paver of sorts. If you can zoom in a little bit, it's hard to see from a distance. There we go. So you can see the front entrance, planting on either side. There's a small patio on the north side, which is screened a little bit, give it a little bit of privacy. Along the perimeters, we're proposing new fences and screening material to give privacy both to our client and the neighbors. Everybody has the same goal of wanting privacy without blocking the views. Obviously, the views are important to everybody out in this area of the neighborhood. So going around to the back, there is a south terrace on the south side of the house with some outdoor seating areas, a fire pit, seat wall, and then a spa at the upper level. And then that steps down to a pool area that's got an automatic pool cover, some seating, retaining walls, plaster finish retaining walls, which will complement the architecture as well. There's a no-mow lawn or Carapia ground cover at the top. And then on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the darker trees are existing trees that will remain, which will help screen the property. And then we're complementing that with some additional planting and trees further up as it goes towards the driveway. The fence along the street front is a chain link fence that'll be screened with hedge material for privacy, so you get that understory and upper story planting, and also provides the needed pool safety for the pool area. Down at the lower corner, lower right corner is where the pool equipment is. That has a masonry wall around it for sound attenuation. And then right above the pool equipment, we have what we're proposing is more of a tall, narrow tree. There's a utility pole down at that lower right corner, which is a little bit unsightly. So nobody wants to block a view, but we also want to soften that utility pole because it definitely jumps out at you. Sweeping around the lower right corner and the west side is a dry stream, which will assist with drainage of the property and also filtering drainage on site. It's kind of a dry creek type look, and a small bridge that crosses it for access to the pool equipment. Most of the planting is drought tolerant and or complementary to drought tolerant plants. Let's see, what else? Pervious paving, pool safety fence. You can go down to the next slide. You can skip that one, go to the next. That's just the black and white version of the colored. There we're showing some detailing. The upper left corner is the paving that has the pebbles in between. And then you'll see the cobblestone swale in the middle. Next slide. This shows lighting. All lights are dark sky compliant. We have some path lights just for safety and moving around the property, and down lights from some of the trees, and a few trellis lights. All are low voltage, shielded, so that you're not seeing any light sources. That's really important, not to see light sources or light up the property too much, but subtle and for mostly safety reasons. Next page. These are just some of the lighting cut sheets. Next one down will show some of the fixtures. So down lights, path lights, trellis light. There's some lights in the, I think they're 1 LED lights that are located in the walls in and around the pool, and feature light for an art object. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. Brian, can I continue a little bit with some points I want to address with the letters that we received? Brian, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute. You've got 4 minutes and counting
Okay.
there.
All right, Timmy, could you go to page 6 in the group there? So just to reiterate, we are a single-story house. We're under 16, well, we're 16.4 from new grade. You can see there in our dash line what we're showing, what was existing. We're actually a little bit below what was the highest point on the existing house. We're allowed, of course, in this zone to be 30 feet. Could you go also to the elevation page on 11? So one of the concerns they had was for the railing. Of course, the deck, upper roof deck, it's a very small area, 200 and, oh, what do we have? 200 and something square feet up there, 230 square feet, I believe it is up there. Very light, cable rail. The lighting up there is going to have downlights on the deck for steps only, not shining up into the night sky. Her plan is to be able to look up at the stars in the sky. Another thing to note is we have long overhangs on this building. So in terms of reflection and impact, et cetera, if you go to page 10 there, Timmy, if you would for me, you'll see the roof plan, and you can see we have some 3-4 foot overhangs. Page 10. Page 10. There you go. Is that it? No. I'm looking for the roof plan. Anyway, long overhangs. Also, we have details. We have light fixture callouts. Let's go to our sheet. Go to page 51, if you would. Timmy there. There's our overhangs. Page 51. And that'll show that we've certainly taken in consideration, obviously, all the requirements for night sky lighting. We've also looked at all the sound ordinances and made sure both our air conditioning units and our pool equipment meet the minimum decibel or maximum decibel at the property line. And we're way under on both of those because we have more than enough distance between the neighbor's house, property line, and the equipment. So the site parking we added there in the front, we added 4 spaces. We worked with Public Works, as Stacy had mentioned, to work out a material. DG was one of the materials that they approved. We got that okayed by them, and we've shown that on her property, actually, in that right-of-way area. And it's also landscaped, as you saw with her description. Also, just to note, a lot of these houses in this neighborhood are 2-story, probably 4 or 5 of them. The one above, there's a couple down below. There's 3 or 4 to the left, to the east of us. They are all 2-story homes. This is a 1-story home, 16'4", very low. Floor area ratio to, again, 88%. And I did on that first sheet, you'll see my floor area ratio calculation of the neighborhood. Anyway, that'll do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. So I do know we got a couple emails. Ted, do you want to go over the emails first, or should we have the people who want to speak first, if there's any that want to speak?
Chair Miller, I will acknowledge the written correspondence here. Just let me pull it up.
Okay.
Okay, we had 2 items of written public correspondence, and the first was from Jeffrey Young, an attorney, on behalf of the property owners, I believe down the road. I apologize, I'm having some slowness here. So this is the Asbury's at 526 Yankee Farm. We have a letter from Jeffrey Young, an attorney on behalf of them, just asking some questions about the project. And the second item is from Lori Rafferty. And basically just expressing concerns about the project. Those are the written items of public correspondence. And if you are attending this meeting and you would like to speak on this item, now's your chance. Please go ahead and hit the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once we call on you. I don't see any hands raised at this point, so we can, oh wait, it looks like we may have one. Okay, we do have a David Young who would like to speak. So, Mr. Young, go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. You will have 2 minutes to speak once you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is David Young, and thank you for hearing me. I am the next door neighbor that shares the majority of the eastern property line. And I know the owner, Judith, and I wanted to welcome her to the neighborhood. I've known her over a period of years, and I'm thrilled to have a great neighbor like this. And full disclosure here, we're also putting in a proposal to build the house. But again, we've lived in this area for 24 years, I believe, and the setbacks are probably closest to our house than any other property in the neighborhood. I know there is concern about the roof deck, and we have a deck off our second floor, and also the neighbor behind us has a deck off their second floor, and the neighbor directly behind her has a deck off their second floor. And again, we enjoy it in the evenings. It's a great thing, and I think it's one of those things that it's very far away from everybody and will be a great addition to our house. And as Bill had mentioned, there's, probably the makeup is half single stories and half 2 stories on that immediate street. And then to the east of us where we're at, there are 3 2 stories and 1 story that head to the south there. Again, I'm very excited and have been able to see it as it progresses. The architecture is incredible, and she's really choosing some great materials as far as the stone, the siding. I think I'm excited it's single story because obviously it could very easily be a 2 story, let alone a flat roof. So it really is as low as it possibly can be within reason. I think a great design. I'm excited to have Judith as a neighbor because a lot of times you can't pick your neighbors, but we're excited to have her and hope you guys appreciate the design. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and Chair Miller, I do not see anybody else with their hands raised, so I believe at this point we can move on to questions from the board.
Okay, thank you. I just want to really go back to the letter from Lori Rafferty and kind of, Bill, were you familiar with this letter?
Yes, I'm going to check the one. I believe that's the one I got today.
Yeah, it's got
yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. So I think everyone on my board has read it as well. So with that being said, I will bring it back to the board for questions. So I'm just going to go down the list here. Vice Chair James, do you have any questions?
Yes, just one for the landscape architect. You show in the open yard space below the pool a lot of green area, and I was just curious what that was going to be, because I noticed you had a Carapia lawn up near the house, but then there's a lot of other green space.
The green space would mostly be drought tolerant, low ground cover. It's kind of a sloping space. So thinking like Ceanothus, Yankee Point, some other low cascading ground covers that will just kind of be simple and clean going down that slope.
Okay, so, and you will be bringing us a final landscape plan in the next go round. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Board Member Farrell, any questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Board Member Motisha, are you there, Bill? Or Joe? Sorry.
Yes. Is that a garage on the northwest corner of the property, or is that a 2-car carport?
It's a garage, Joe.
Garage. Right up there, yeah, on the left.
Northeast. Oh,
northwest. Northwest, right there.
Yes, that's a garage. That's a 2-car garage.
Okay, so you have a motor court in the upper north part of the property with, that's your ADU way over to the right.
Correct.
Okay. And you just have a small deck that's above what the part of the building that's in the southwest corner of the house.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It's 226 square feet.
Yeah, no, on this, then you have lots of trees that they're basically protecting that deck from any view from the north. No, I don't have any other questions. I just had some statements. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Joe. Board Member Sweeney, any questions, please? Brad?
Taking a nap.
Sorry, I was talking and realizing I wasn't talking to anybody. I was talking to the window. Yeah, I do have a few questions. Sorry. This question is to Ted. In the last review, was there any public comment in the last review? Maybe you can check that and give me an answer at some point.
Mr. Sweeney, there was.
Oh, there was. Okay, so there was. Are we hearing from the same people, or was it a different person, or do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can look into that and give you an answer though.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just going to go down as kind of as you presented stuff, Mr. Wolf. The stacking pattern of the rock, that's indicated on those little photographs, correct?
On the material color board, that's the pattern and color.
Okay. All right. And then on the site plan, you have alluded to, but for us, it's hard to see all this stuff. Where are the 4 cars parking spaces on Yankee Farm Road?
Yeah, actually, on that map there, the far west, right there where it says Yankee Farm Road is, you'll see a DG, decomposed granite pullout there.
Okay. And then the edge of paving now is out at the property line, or?
It's right at the edge. It's the edge of the color where the color starts. That's where the property line, or the edge of paving is. The property line, of course, is in the street. Not
right. Understand. Okay, so basically DG right up to the edge of the paving. Okay.
Right.
And then the height of those existing trees are a decent height, as I recall, having gone out there a couple of times. But the new trees that are indicated along that right of way, generally, how high will those get?
Stacy?
You know?
Stacy, can you comment on that?
Sure. Those would be in similar height to what's already out there. I mean, obviously nobody wants to block a view, so it's really only the height needed to screen the garages and, you know, the house from the street so that there's privacy there.
Okay. And then you mentioned the fence along that line is chain link. Did I miss that? What is the fence that's running? What is that? North-south, I guess?
Yes. Because we see that as being buried in a hedge. So if it's black vinyl chain link and it's buried in a hedge, then
oh, so it's black vinyl. That was going to be my question. And how high is the fence?
5 foot for full safety.
5 foot. Okay. Thank you.
And it does, the new code in February requires 2 forms of protection for pool, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, that answers an earlier project question. And the pool equipment that's showing down in the southeast corner appears to have a wall around it, but it's open to the property line to the south. Am I reading that right?
You are, and that could be enclosed further. I don't know that there's anything immediately at the neighbors on the south side, and the setbacks are 15 feet. So a lot of the pool equipment, the pool builders like to have that open side for ease in moving equipment in and out, but that certainly could be enclosed if
okay,
needed.
Understand. And the rest of the enclosure is going to be wood or concrete block, or what are you all thinking?
It's masonry block with plaster finish.
About how high?
Oh, at least 5 feet.
Okay. And then
I have that, Brad, if that would help you see what we're proposing there for the equipment. It's quiet.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to get it clear. And then, let's see. The other landscape question I had is up by where the stairs goes up to the deck. That little, yeah, right in there. So appears to be maybe ground cover below that stair, and then it looks like there's some suggestion of hedges just in front of that stairs. Am I reading that right?
A suggestion of what?
Some shrubs or some higher planting.
It's just, you know, shrubs and planting. We had more trees, but in order to meet the new fire department regulations, we had to remove trees that were within 15 feet of the structure. So that makes it, you know, a little bit tough to, you know, put some trees around a house anymore. So, yeah, we'll have to rely on the planting and the ground cover at this point. Okay, great. Thank you. Then let's go to the house itself. So the finished floor elevation on that sheet is showing at 227.5. Is that correct? It's the finished floor is going to be at 228. Okay.
And so is that roughly where the finished floor of the current house is? I forgot, maybe you covered that last time.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually the existing elevation is 227.7. The new will be 2.8. That's
Okay.
the proposal.
All right. And then you show solar panels on your roof plan, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we go to that? And maybe we just look at that for a second, please. I don't know what sheet that is.
I think that was 10.
Yeah, there it is. So, and what's your thought about how you're going? That's a flat roof, indicated by the elevations, et cetera. So,
Yeah.
are you going to mount those as sawtooth, or what are you doing? How are they going to get mounted?
This unfortunately is actually an older plan. The new plan, which we did send, shows, so we have both photovoltaic, which will be on the living room, which is that center parapeted area. And the pool heating will also be over there on the garage roof. So we're going to split that up. And they will be stacked. You'll see them actually on the elevation if you go to sheet 11 or 12, I think. 12. So they will be stacked on an angle, you know, to achieve the best. That 12, maybe no, it's the sheet before that. Go to the sheet before that, Jimmy, if you would. There you go. You know, these are
Okay.
not, yeah, anyway, these aren't the developed plan for some reason.
All
We're
right,
looking.
well, that's fine. The state law doesn't allow us to say too much about these other than the color of the frame, maybe. So
Yeah.
we're not allowed to tell you where to put them or how to put them. I was just curious.
Yeah, we're gonna spread them out on 2 roofs.
Okay, thank you.
We only
And
need
then,
a 3 kW system too, so it's small.
Okay, and then maybe back to the landscape plan, I thought I saw something in the southerly area below the pool that looked like locations for trash cans. Am I reading that right? There's
Those
3
are
little
compost.
squares. What's that?
Those are compost bins.
Oh, okay, for on-site composting. But where is the trash gonna go? Up by the garage?
Up by
Yes.
the garage,
Yeah.
between the garage and
Okay.
the driveway.
All right,
Yeah,
and then roughly the deck that you're showing, that was the other question, appears to be much greater than 15 feet from the property line, correct?
Oh, yeah, it's some 60 feet or so. It's 55 from the road edge plus whatever the road is. So it's probably some 60 feet from the edge of pavement.
Okay, thank you, because under our guidelines, we get questionable when they get within 15 feet of the property line. Okay,
No.
thank you. And then my last question probably really has to do with, do you have a Google Earth of this house sitting in the neighborhood?
We didn't include it into the photo set, I don't think. Oh, well, it might be, Ted, I don't know if you have some.
Either a Google Earth or a vicinity map or something?
Oh, yeah, I have a vicinity map. The very first, go to page 4, Timmy, if you would. And if you can
Okay.
scan a little bit.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it doesn't include, but I just want to remind the board that we have reviewed and are reviewing several homes very near this site. There's a home we just reviewed, I think 2 meetings ago, maybe last meeting, at the corner of Yankee Farm Road and is that Bramer Ranch Road?
Yeah.
Which is 2 stories and some elements. It's an existing 2-story house. It has a large deck off the front. And as mentioned by the public member that just spoke, there are several other 2-story homes and decks on here. There's also a home that we've reviewed and actually, I think, given final approval to down closer to on the west side of Yankee Farm Road, closer, it's also at the intersection of Yankee Farm and Bramer Ranch Road, which has a garage that opens right onto the street, right onto the road. And in fact, we had to get I think they had to get a modification because the garage doors sit, and the whole garage sits way up into the setback and literally almost right on the road, and that's gotten approval and blessing. So we've got several cases. I know there was some concern about garage doors opening. And the home that we reviewed further down also has a garage door. In fact, it's a barn-like structure which has garage doors opening directly towards the street and has a motor court, very similar arrangement to what you're proposing, et cetera. And in terms of FARs, we've approved very large FARs. There's a home, I think two properties up that come off of the other road that's to the east. I forgot what the name of that street is. That was 2 acres, and that had 106 or 102 FAR, et cetera. So there have been cases where this board has approved fairly large FARs. This project, I hope everyone recognizes that it's at 88% based on your corrected mathematics. Unfortunately, the state of California doesn't care about FARs as they have to do with ADUs. ADUs are exempt from our review, as already been stated. The state of California doesn't care that adds to our local tool that we have, which is FARs. So we're probably going to see more projects like this where the main property may meet our criteria of 85%. This is at 88%. But there'll be fairly large ADUs that get to put placed on these properties, and we have no say about that. That's the state of California. So I would encourage the Bramer Ranch folks to talk to your state legislators and share your concerns, but it's not our purview. I think that covers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Mr. Chair, if I may just interject. Mr. Sweeney, to address your question about the public comments received at the January 6th, 2020 hearing, we did have additional members of the public. We had 5 total, 4 verbal and 1 written public correspondence. And it looks like 2 of the 2 individuals that sent letters also spoke at the January 6th meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Bill, I have a question. One of the items that the Ms. Rafferty says, Public Works staff and Creeks staff have informed numerous owners that decomposed granite is not acceptable along a roadway in the right-of-way, as it is not stable and gets into street runoff and also degrades over time from vehicles parking driving on it. We found the good old natural dirt and wood chips works great because it allows runoff to get off the street and percolates back into the soil. The applicant should take that into consideration. So Ted or Bill, how do you feel about that? I mean, what is she right or what?
Well, we worked extensively. Originally, our plan was to do gravel and just dirt and have a gravel area. And I submitted that to Public Works, and they said, no way, we don't like that. We want you to do DG. I think they might have offered asphalt, maybe a paver. I'm sure concrete would all work. The DG we thought would look most in keeping with that ranch feel, that Yankee Farm neighborhood. So we chose that one just because it felt most organic, and they said fine. So we've gone through that with several emails. And this is the material that they approved. So
Public Works staff and Creek staff have informed numerous owners that decomposed granite is not acceptable is an inaccurate statement, is what you're saying.
Yes, I've not heard that. And again, they gave us direction to use decomposed granite as a material.
And I'd like to add too that with the appropriate binder mixed in with decomposed granite, it stays in place much better than dirt or wood chips. The wood chips in a heavy rain will float down the street.
Well, that's what I would think.
Etc. If you do the DG over a road base with the proper binder, it stays very hard over time.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
Stacy, the redwood chips end up in the ocean.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I think that's it for questions. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at that same letter, so I've got a couple other questions that maybe you were going to ask.
Sure, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Sweeney.
As far as I know, you're not asking for any modifications because you have something built in a setback, correct?
No modifications requested at all. Yeah, not
So
one.
there are no building footprints that are in the required setbacks from this property.
None.
Okay, and then we've talked about the roof deck, and I'll save a couple of things for comments. This off-street parking you've talked about. The height of the hedges you're proposing aren't going to go past 8 feet, correct, Stacy? Any hedges you have on your plan aren't going to go past 8 feet?
Correct. And also the fire department requirements do not like
Okay.
hedges over 6 feet.
Okay, and you guys talked about lighting. Oh, and did we get one of the things we asked, I think, in the last meeting was some indication of grading soil that's either moved on or off the site or lost on the site. Did we get that sorted out at this point?
Yes, yeah, we have a civil plan and a structural plan as well. And what we're going to do, we're doing a raised foundation. We're actually cutting 2,090 cubic yards. And we're going to try and manipulate the soil on site. Right now, the civil drawing shows an export of 580 cubic yards and no import. But we're going to try and balance that all on site. So we're going to cut for our foundations. We'll fill where needed and distribute the rest through the lower part of the property.
All right, thank you. And then remind us again, we saw where the pool equipment is. Is there air conditioning condenser units somewhere?
There is, yes. If you
show us where those are, please.
Yeah. Go to page 3, Timmy. I hope you have the current drawing set. If you can scan out there a little bit. Okay, oh, too far. Yeah, there's one right there by your cursor, which is on the side of the property. Oh, just to the east, there's one on the east side there. You can see AC written. And there's one just on the north side of the garage, AC there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and they meet the decibel rating. I've got that calculation on these sheets.
So, Mr. Chair, I think I was trying to look at both letters. I think those were questions presented by the public, and the other things probably are appropriate for comments. Thank you.
I might add that also in both those instances with the air conditioner, they are set lower than the grade at the property line. So that always helps with sound attenuation when they're lower than the grade.
All right. Okay, good. Thank you. So I think that concludes questions. So I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Vice Chair James, do you have any comments?
Yes, I feel that the applicant has answered our questions more than adequately, and the project looks very sensitive to the site and to the neighborhood. I appreciate the attempt to balance cut and fill, and that the AC units are recessed like that. I think that's a good solution. And that the fact that your actual FAR is down by 88%, that's great, even though this neighborhood does accommodate large residences. So I will be supportive of the project. I think the landscape architect has done a really great job showing us what's going to happen. Oh, I do have one comment about Pyrus Kawakami. Those seem to be more susceptible to fire blight. with the heat and humidity we've been having. So I don't know, maybe just possibly check into a same size solution, but they're not doing as well as they used to. So otherwise, I support the project.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Lisa. Board Member Farrell, any comments, please?
I will reiterate what Board Member James said. I'm very supportive of this project. I think that your height of the building is being very considerate to your neighbors, and adding the additional parking along the street is also very considerate to your neighbors. And I think the color palette and design is going to be a very beautiful home. I'm supportive.
Great, thank you. Board Member Mochisha, comments?
I'll just reiterate just what Jan just said. I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sweeney, comments, please.
Yeah, can we go to Mr. Wolf? You had a site section showing the adjacent properties and line of sight. I don't know what sheet that was on.
Is that it, Fred? That looks like it.
Oh, there we go.
No,
Okay.
You had a site section
Yes.
to some scale.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
not it.
6, Timmy, if you would. Page 6. There you go.
Thank you. And if Timmy, we could kind of, focus to the bottom. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So the reason I wanted to look at this is there was some general concern about the height of this building, et cetera. The city of Santa Barbara zoning or building code basically says a single story home is recognized to be anything under 17 feet, 6 inches. And for most of the city of Santa Barbara, those homes do not come to the single family design board because they're single story homes. And the only reason that this project comes is because it's in the coastal zone and because this area has been designated for design considerations. But for all practical purposes, this house is no higher than an average single story ranch style home at 17 foot 6 inches. We see those a lot. The other thing that's interesting is the color of the roof. I know Mr. Miller has expressed concern about these single ply roof colors. They're certainly very efficient and they meet all the criteria for our aim to get to zero net neutrality. And we also get concerned when we're looking at them from homes on the Riviera and they're looking down on them or at some canyon. But in this case, as you can see from the little diagram here, someone standing on that other property at the existing elevations is really not even going to see the roof by color or any other way. They might if they stood on top of that roof of that home on the left. But again, it's going to be gray. It's not white. It's not a dark color, et cetera. So I'm not as concerned at all about that issue. With that, can we go back to the site plan, please? There is no part of these homes that's requiring modifications going back for this neighborhood. Very generous setbacks in most of the city where the lots are a lot smaller. The setbacks can be only 6 feet. So these setbacks were established to set appropriate locations for homes in the Braemar Ranch area. So this house doesn't violate that, et cetera. The only concern I have a little bit is about the location of the pool equipment and the fact that it's open on one side and that side, the noise can bounce around concrete blocks, stuccoed walls. So that may be something that we may want to reconsider. But short of that, the deck, I know has been expressed as a concern. One of the things that the public should understand is this board has no tool to limit the size of decks. This deck turns out to be relatively small. It's the size of one car, a little over a one-car garage at 220 some feet. We see decks being proposed at 800 square feet, 500 square feet, 1,200 square feet, and they're on small lots along the mesa, along, you know, really cramped properties. So that's not a huge concern. As I already said, it sits way back from the 15-foot rule that we typically look at our guidelines. The surface of the roof is only at the top of the roof, which is roughly 16 feet or 16 and a half feet. It's got cable rails, not glass rails. Thank you. Yeah, somebody may go up there and put a nice bright umbrella, but you know, umbrellas don't stay up all year. They have to come down. So I don't have a real concern about that. And I think the concept landscape plan that we requested and has been presented is perfectly adequate for the size of the home, the style of the home, and the screening, proposed materials, tree heights, hedges are going to be appropriate and make assure that the neighboring properties and the owner of this property, that there's not privacy issues between all sites. And then just to remind everyone, we're not required to guarantee anybody's view from their private property building, from either a window, a door opening, a roof, etc. That is not under the purview of this board. We are relegated to general public views from public right-of-ways. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. I'll just take off from what Fred said. Pretty much agree with what he's saying, and I appreciate you addressing all the email letter writers for their concerns and clarifying things. So with that being said, Bill is here for project design approval. If we want to give it design approval, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Okay, I'd like to attempt to make a motion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jan.
I would like to give this project design approval. It should come back to consent for final approval. With these, a few comments that we appreciate the in-depth landscape plan and the hedging and the screening that you've provided, that the proposed materials and colors are very acceptable for the neighborhood and they maintain a natural appearance. We would like you to reconsider and think about your placement and the configuration of the pool equipment. I find that the height of your home is very considerate to the neighbors, and also adding additional parking on Yankee Farm Road is very appreciative for the neighbors. I really like your dry stream bed solution to your Tier 3 water solution. And I think that this development will be compatible with the neighborhood, that it uses quality architecture, design, and materials. And I know you have tried to stay within meeting good neighbor guidelines and working with your neighbors to make sure that no one's view is obstructed. And also want to make note that the soil removal, how you're going to maintain it on site as much as possible, is also appreciated.
So there's this stuff that the city staff put on the screen, Ted. So I'm wondering.
Yes, that we recognize that the natural topography is being protected on this site. The building scale maintains one that blends with the neighborhood, and the visual appearance is pleasing with the rest of this neighborhood.
Thank you, Jan. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair James,
Yes.
Board Member Farrell,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
And Board Member Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
And there's a 10-day appeal appeared for this project. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes our single family design board for August 17th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.